right, y'all ready? All right, good evening, good afternoon. It is 5:00 p.m. and I call to order the April 26, 2022 Board of Trustees meeting. Do I hear a motion to enter executive session for discussion of 2021-22 and 2022-23 employment recommendations, to discuss proposed property contractual arrangements for the purchase of land for a new River Bluff area elementary school, and to discuss and receive legal advice related to the resignation and subsequent replacement of the superintendent?
Madam Chair, I move that the board enter into executive session to consider employment recommendations for the 2021-2022 and 2022-2023 academic school years, and to discuss proposed property contractual arrangements for the purchase of land for the new River Bluff area elementary school.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. I think we're and we're missing the part about the superintendent on the motion. Could you add that as well? It's not on the scripted motion.
And the motion. And the superintendent.
And receive legal advice.
Yes, and to receive legal advice regarding the superintendent.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Is there any discussion? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. All right. We will now enter into executive session. Sorry about
She really cared about her students. It wasn't there because she was there for a job. It was, she wanted to help kids learn, make an impact on everybody's life.
She's different from all my other teachers. She's funny and very supportive.
My daughter came home in love with Miss Reichard very quickly, and it was obvious. And I remember the first time I got a report card from her, and the words that she wrote, just how encouraging and how she used language that would be more read by high schoolers than even fourth graders. You could tell she was pushing them to be the best that they could.
She's the reason that I wanted to be a teacher. Just the way that she taught the class and the environment that she had. She's just one of those teachers that leave a lasting imprint on students, not just me, on a lot of other people as well.
Welcome to Come Dance With Me, the competition with some of America's most talented young dancers.
I never expected my dancing to take me to this level, especially this early, because I'm only 11 and I maybe expected it when I was out of college, but I am really young, and for this to give me an opportunity, it was amazing.
Initially, we did several interviews with CBS, and I think the third interview was the one where we found out that we made it on the show, and both of us
really
were
cared
shocked.
about her students.
I think I was more shocked than anyone because I was like, oh, we'll do this, but they probably won't pick us. So, and they said yes.
My mom, she was a dancer when she was little, and she dances here and there at parties.
In love
She's
with Miss
not
Reichard very
a
quickly.
dancer full time like
it
I
was
am.
obvious.
So
and I remember the
had
first
to
time I
give
got
her
a
a
report
few
card
tips
from
when we
her,
were there.
and
We
the words
found
that she wrote,
out
just
that we
how
were
encouraging
not only
and how
going to be
she
on the
used
show, but
language
they
that
had
would
decided
be
to
more
have the
read by
show
high
in
schoolers
Australia.
than even fourth
It's
graders.
been
You could tell she
very
was
cool to
pushing
be on a
them
TV show.
to be
The
the best
only
that they
hard
could.
part
She's the reason that I
is
wanted
that
to
I
be a
couldn't
teacher.
tell anybody what I was
Just the way that
doing
she taught the class
in
and the
Australia.
environment that she had.
So I had to keep it a
She's just one
secret
of
from
those
all my
teachers
friends, and
that,
that's really hard
leave a
because
lasting
I'm a
imprint on
kid and I
students,
want to
not
tell
just me,
everybody
on
everything.
a lot
It just
of other
makes me
people as
so
well.
proud of her, and to watch her be able to do this show and to show how great she is at what she loves and her passion with the rest of the world.
Seeing how far my dancing is taking me is really amazing because I did not expect all these years of training pay off and be on a TV show, because not everybody gets that chance.
Miss Bridges, she was my third grade teacher, and outside of teaching, she was a really good friend.
Miss Bridges is amazing. She is such a positive individual who supports every kid individually, really makes sure that she's meeting their needs, supportive of families.
She is just the type person that
As an educator, if you're feeling down or you're kind of having a bad day, you can always go into her classroom and just feel uplifted because she's just always happy to be there, and you can see the relationships that she has with her students, which just makes you want to smile, and it makes you very passionate about being in the classroom and being around her.
I think she deserves to be District Teacher of the Year because she's really good at teaching everybody to their needs and to help them go above those to be better.
District Lexington One, 欢迎来 Meadow Glen Elementary School.
Experience the magic of language in immersion classrooms across Lexington County School District 1. Students in Lexington District 1's immersion classes become bilingual and biliterate, able to read, write, and speak in another language, as well as becoming global citizens. Beginning in 5-year-old kindergarten, students in the district's partial immersion program spend half the day studying the regular grade level curriculum and standards in classes conducted in the target language. By spending more time in the language through immersion, students achieve much higher levels of fluency than traditional language instruction. Students can learn Spanish at Centerville, Gilbert, Pleasant Hill, and Red Bank elementary schools. Or students can immerse themselves in the German language at Deerfield Elementary, while students can also learn French at Midway Elementary, as well as Mandarin Chinese at Meadow Glen Elementary. Why immersion? Becoming bilingual allows for enriched mental development, better thinking and listening skills, the ability to communicate in multiple languages, exposure to other cultures and countries, and a head start in language study for college and career.
Guten Morgen.
Interested in participating in Lexington District 1's immersion program? Registration begins February 24th.
Stephanie is a naturally gifted teacher, and she is on a mission to love kids. She builds relationships with kids. Growing kids socially and emotionally is just as important to her as growing them academically.
There are so many things that I do today in my classroom that I learned from Stephanie, whether it's a fun game or a fun song or the way that she communicates with her parents. So I think I'm a better teacher because of all the things that I've learned from her.
What makes her stand out above everybody else is that she truly, the foundation of everything that she does is just built on the love, the kindness, and the compassion she has and the acceptance for all kids.
Miss Reichert is a phenomenal teacher, and she is naturally gifted. This is her passion and this is her mission, and she is the face of Lexington One and deserves to be District Teacher of the Year.
Sally Kuiper has taught her entire career at Lexington Middle School, and it just shows how much Lexington Middle School and the specialized student support program means to her, that she has stayed there and that she has grown that program into the fabulous program it is today.
She meets them where they are, but she also expects high things from them. She doesn't let them use autism as a crutch. That's never a crutch. It's like, if you don't understand this or not getting it, let me explain it to you. Let me tell you a different way how to cope with your feelings.
So the way her class is a place, sort of like a safe place to go to. That's pretty much what her class is, and it's there to like teach social skills and to be ready for the real world as well. He's
a college graduate now. He's working in his field. I mean, he's doing exactly what he needs to be doing, and I know I contribute a lot of that to all of Lexington School District 1 and Ms. Kuiper especially.
caring community.
We're all learners. Nos comunicamos. Create. And think critically.
I've been walking in the same way as I did. I'm missing out the cracks in the pavement and tutting my heel and strutting my feet. Is there anything I can do for you, dear? Is there anyone I could call? No, and thank you, please, madame. I ain't lost, just wondering. Round my hometown, memories of phrase. Round my hometown, ooh, the people I've made are the wonders of my world, are the wonders of my world, are the wonders of this world, are the wonders of now. I like it in the city when the air is so thick and opaque. I love it to see everybody in short skirts, shorts and shades. I like it in the city when two worlds collide. You get the people and the government, everybody taking different sides. Shows that we ain't gonna stand, shows that we are united, shows that we ain't gonna take it. Shows that we ain't gonna stand, shows that we are united. Round my hometown, memories are fresh. Round my hometown, ooh, the people I've met, yeah. Do,
You can count on him all the time to be there to do the best for the students.
Pat is a special teacher who really brings excitement to math curriculum and now bringing excitement to engineering curriculum.
He has a love and a respect for technology, but he never discounts the power of using one's brain to think through a problem. And that same drive to learn and share, that's in his heart today.
Pat has been a Teacher of the Year, though maybe not identified as one, for decades. And Pat's a teacher who has had a chance to work in many schools in Lexington One. And through each one of those experiences, he's built relationships, both with faculty and students, that have really surpassed time.
Beth is an amazing teacher. She is kind and she has a great heart and just a passion for teaching and for kids.
Miss Sellers has the biggest heart, and she just reached out and she just helped us so much, and I will always forever be grateful for her.
She made me feel like I'm prepared for second grade.
She wants the kids to do well at school and wants the kids to do well at home. Like she cares about everybody, and she just has the best heart. And she cares about everybody even when they leave their classroom. Like whenever I see her, she has the biggest smile on her face, and she loves my boys, and I just think she's amazing.
Beth deserves to be the Lexington One District Teacher of the Year because she is what education should look like. She is passionate, she's a lifelong learner, she embraces new ideas and new challenges, and she does it with a smile on her face and joy in her heart.
Being a nationally unified school it means everything.
Saks Agatha really embodies all mean all with everything we do, and kudos Saks Agatha. I'm very proud of everything that we've accomplished as a team, as a school, as a community.
Special ed has a great place in my heart. I just love watching those students grow. I love watching all of our students grow, but those students, it's just amazing to watch that process happen.
Having us all come together for a moment of this nature, you know, Special Olympics being that unified champion school, being recognized for the hard work of working together. It's a feeling that I really cannot explain. Ask me that tomorrow after I've slept on it, and the whole thing, you know, I realize it's not a dream.
If everyone in our world would watch what our 722 students and our staff are doing here at Saks Agatha and follow suit, the world would certainly be a better place right now.
She's so positive, she's so caring, and I have to imagine that what she does for children like our daughter Harper in terms of helping with her confidence and making her feel like she can really succeed, I have to imagine she does that and lifts up everybody around her.
She teaches children, and she does it with such heart. She is such a caring human being, and the children absolutely love going into her classroom.
She has really taught me the importance of doing everything you can possibly do for each child, and that is what she does, and she models that every single day.
She deserves to be the district teacher of the year because she is the best person ever, and she teaches with such compassion and such great heart.
If South Carolina was a district, she needs to be the teacher of the year throughout the state, in my opinion. I wish I had a mom that was a Mrs. Carter. I wish I had a teacher that was a Mrs. Carter.
One of the best teachers I've ever had because she is just so kind and warm and welcoming, and she's just amazing.
She actually told me one time she is able to learn from her students on a daily basis, and that she just hopes she can make New Providence Elementary proud.
Laura is a unique and talented teacher. She loves her students. She's kind to her students, her colleagues, her students' parents. She just really is such a respectful educator.
Ms. Sundberg, thank you for teaching me that you don't have to be perfect and that you don't have to be afraid to express yourself. She actually was one of the people who encouraged me that I wanted to be a teacher, because I learned that her teaching style was actually incredibly helpful, and she made me a better person. She goes above and beyond whenever it comes to believing in her students, and she takes steps after saying, like, what's your biggest dream? She would actually help you achieve it. And that really impacted me as a person, and I want to be that kind of teacher one day.
Everyone wants someone who is going to look out for their child as an individual and do what it takes to reach their child as an individual. And I think she does exactly that. So any child who has an opportunity to be in her classroom is fortunate to be there because she does go the extra mile to reach each student.
She's a personalized learning teacher. She somehow juggles 25, 30 different instructional plans in a classroom to find just the right books and just the right skill sets to teach children exactly what they need.
She is one of the best people I've ever met, and she's an advocate for social justice. She's an advocate for her students. She's an advocate for other teachers. I can't think of anybody else who deserves it more than she does.
We are fortunate that the Lexington District One Board of Trustees honored the history of education in Gilbert by naming the school, our new school, Centerville Elementary.
We dedicate this building for the education of our youth. When you walk into this building, it's easy to get carried away by the brand new, by all the bells and the whistles. But what makes the school that we love and cherish are the people. It's the students, and it's the staff, and it's the community who come together under one roof.
When I grow up, I will eat sweets every day on the way to work, and I will go to bed late every night.
Regardless of the winds of adversity that blew our way, our people stood strong. We were and are better together.
You are the reason our school exists, and you are the heartbeat of this school. Thank you for all that you have endured and conquered over the last 2 years, and we have a bright future together.
Bria is an amazing math teacher. She is responsive to her kids' needs. She works on building up their confidence in math, but she also personalizes their instruction to make sure every kid feels successful and that they can do the work.
She is definitely looking after her kids, making sure that they're being successful and doing whatever she can to get them to that point. She starts them wherever they're at, she meets them wherever they're at and moves them forward. The kids know that she will be there for them no matter what.
She's such a hard worker and she is so good with kids. I think that if she has a platform to advocate, that's what she's going to do. And so I think it'd be a great opportunity for her.
She loves what she does, and she loves her kids and loves the people around her. And she feels everything. She's in it with them. And so she is willing to do whatever, literally whatever it takes to move kids where they need to go. And so our school has been incredibly blessed by her presence.
Who am I?
A guide, a friend,
a leader,
a dream believer,
a soul seeker,
a hand to hold,
a comforting embrace,
a listening ear,
a safe space.
I challenge,
I support,
I inspire,
I weather.
I work in the greatest profession ever.
What do I do?
I help kids to read,
to write,
create,
pay attention.
I help them to be confident,
to make friends,
not to mention.
I help them see their full potential,
maybe when others do not. I help them to see that they have a shot.
What do I make? I make kids criticize and question. I make them wonder.
I make them sit still and ponder.
I make them see their dreams in the making.
And that the world is out there for the taking.
I make them see what they could be.
I make a difference. Sometimes the difference is me.
I am a teacher.
I am a teacher.
I am a school counselor.
I am a teacher.
I am a teacher.
humble, to be kind. It is a giving of the peace in your mind to a stranger, to a friend, to give in such a way that has no end. We are love, we are one, we are how we treat each other when the day is done. We are peace, we are war, we are how we treat each other and nothing more. Tell me what it is that you see, a world that's full of endless possibilities. And heroes don't look like they used to, they look like you do. Other when the day's done. We are peace, we are war, we are how we treat each other and nothing more. We are how we treat each other and nothing more. We are how we treat each other.
She really cared about her students. It wasn't there because she was there for a job. It was, she wanted to help kids learn, make an impact on everybody's life.
She's different from all my other teachers. She's funny and very supportive.
My daughter came home in love with Miss Reichard very quickly, and it was obvious. And I remember the first time I got a report card from her, and the words that she wrote, just how encouraging and how she used language that would be more read by high schoolers than even fourth graders. You could tell she was pushing them to be the best that they could.
She's the reason that I wanted to be a teacher. Just the way that she taught the class and the environment that she had. She's just one of those teachers that leave a lasting imprint on students, not just me, on a lot of other people as well.
Welcome to Come Dance With Me, the competition with some of America's most talented young dancers.
I never expected my dancing to take me to this level, especially this early, because I'm only 11 and I maybe expected it when I was out of college, but I am really young, and for this to give me an opportunity, it was amazing.
Initially, we did several interviews with CBS, and I think the third interview was the one where we found out that we made it on the show, and both of us were shocked. I think I was more shocked than anyone because I was like, oh, well, we'll do this, but they probably won't pick us. So, and they said yes.
My mom, she was a dancer when she was little, and she dances here and there at parties, but she's not a dancer full-time like I am, so I had to give her a few tips when we were there.
We found out that we were not only going to be on the show, but they had decided to have the show in Australia.
It's been very cool to be on a TV show. The only hard part is that I couldn't tell anybody what I was doing in Australia, so I had to keep it a secret from all my friends, and that's really hard because I'm a kid and I want to tell everybody everything.
It just makes me so proud of her, and to watch her be able to do this show and just show how great she is at what she loves and her passion with the rest of the world.
Seeing how far my dancing is taking me is really amazing because I did not expect all these years of training pay off and be on a TV show, because not everybody gets that chance.
Miss Bridges, she was my third grade teacher, and outside of teaching, she was a really good friend.
Miss Bridges is amazing. She is such a positive individual who supports every kid individually, really makes sure that she's meeting their needs, supportive of families.
She is just the type person that, as an educator, if you're feeling down or you're kind of having a bad day, you can always go into her classroom and just feel uplifted because she's just always happy to be there, and you can see the relationships that she has with her students, which just makes you want to smile, and it makes you very passionate about being in the classroom and being around her.
I think she deserves to be District Teacher of the Year because she's really good at teaching everybody to their needs and to help them go above those to be better.
大家好，这是 Lexington One， 欢迎来 Meadow Glen Elementary School.
Experience the magic of language in immersion classrooms across Lexington County School District 1. Students in Lexington District 1's immersion classes become bilingual and biliterate, able to read, write, and speak in another language, as well as becoming global citizens. Beginning in 5-year-old kindergarten, students in the district's partial immersion program spend half the day studying the regular grade level curriculum and standards in classes conducted in the target language. By spending more time in the language through immersion, students achieve much higher levels of fluency than traditional language instruction. Students can learn Spanish at Centerville, Gilbert, Pleasant Hill, and Red Bank elementary schools. Or students can immerse themselves in the German language at Deerfield Elementary, while students can also learn French at Midway Elementary, as well as Mandarin Chinese at Meadow Glen Elementary. Why immersion? Becoming bilingual allows for enriched mental development, better thinking and listening skills, the ability to communicate in multiple languages, exposure to other cultures and countries, and a head start in language study for college and career.
Guten Morgen, guten Morgen.
Interested in participating in Lexington District 1's immersion program? Registration begins February 24th.
Stephanie is a naturally gifted teacher, and she is on a mission to love kids. She builds relationships with kids. Growing kids socially and emotionally is just as important to her as growing them academically.
There are so many things that I do today in my classroom that I learned from Stephanie, whether it's a fun game or a fun song or the way that she communicates with her parents. So I think I'm a better teacher because of all the things that I've learned from her.
What makes her stand out above everybody else is that she truly, the foundation of everything that she does is just built on the love, the kindness, and the compassion she has and the acceptance for all kids.
Miss Reichert is a phenomenal teacher, and she is naturally gifted. This is her passion and this is her mission, and she is the face of Lexington One and deserves to be District Teacher of the Year.
Sally Kuiper has taught her entire career at Lexington Middle School, and it just shows how much Lexington Middle School and the Specialized Student Support Program means to her, that she has stayed there and that she has grown that program into the fabulous program it is today.
She meets them where they are, but she also expects high things from them. She doesn't let them use autism as a crutch. That's never a crutch. It's like, if you don't understand this or not getting it, let me explain it to you. Let me tell you a different way how to cope with your feelings.
So the way her class is a place, sort of like a safe place to go to. That's pretty much what her class is, and it's there to like teach social skills and to be ready for the real world as well.
He's a college graduate now. He's working in his field. I mean, he's doing exactly what he needs to be doing, and I know I contribute a lot of that to all of Lexington School District 1 and Ms. Kuiper especially.
Develop a caring community.
We're all learners. Nos comunicamos.
Create.
And think critically.
I've been walking in the same way as I did, and missing out the cracks in the pavement, and tutting my heel and strutting my feet. Is there anything I can do for you, dear? Is there anyone I could call? No, and thank you, please, madame. I ain't lost, just wondering. Round my hometown, memories of phrase. Round my hometown, ooh, the people I've made are the wonders of my world, are the wonders of my world, are the wonders of this world, are the wonders. And now I like it opaque. I love her to see everybody in short skirts, shorts and shades. I like it in the city when two worlds collide. You get the people and the government, everybody taking different sides. Shows that we ain't gonna stand, shows that we are united, shows that we ain't gonna take it. Shows that we ain't gonna stand, shows that we are united. From my hometown, memories are fresh. From my hometown, ooh, the people I met, yeah.
You can count on him all the time to be there to do the best for the students.
Pat is a special teacher who really brings excitement to math curriculum and now bringing excitement to engineering curriculum.
He has a love and a respect for technology, but he never discounts the power of using one's brain to think through a problem. And that same drive to learn and share, that's in his heart today.
Pat has been a Teacher of the Year, though maybe not identified as one, for decades. And Pat's a teacher who has had a chance to work in many schools in Lexington One. And through each one of those experiences, he's built relationships, both with faculty and students, that have really surpassed time.
Beth is an amazing teacher. She is kind and she has a great heart and just a passion for teaching and for kids.
Miss Sellers has the biggest heart, and she just reached out and she just helped us so much, and I will always forever be grateful for her.
She made me feel like I'm prepared for second grade.
She wants the kids to do well at school and wants the kids to do well at home. Like she cares about everybody, and she just has the best heart. And she cares about everybody even when they leave their classroom. Like whenever I see her, she has the biggest smile on her face, and she loves my boys, and I just think she's amazing.
Beth deserves to be the Lexington One District Teacher of the Year because she is what education should look like. She is passionate, she's a lifelong learner, she embraces new ideas and new challenges, and she does it with a smile on her face and joy in her heart.
Being a National Unified School it means everything.
Sachs Agatha really embodies all mean all with everything we do, and kudos Sachs Agatha. I'm very proud of everything that we've accomplished as a team, as a school, as a community.
Special ed has a great place in my heart. I just love watching those students grow. I love watching all of our students grow, but those students, it's just amazing to watch that process happen.
having us all come together for a moment of this nature, you know, Special Olympics being that unified champion school, being recognized for the hard work of working together. It's a feeling that I really cannot explain. Ask me that tomorrow after I've slept on it and the whole thing, you know, I realize it's not a dream.
If everyone in our world would watch what our 722 students and our staff are doing here at Saxe-Agatha and follow suit, the world would certainly be a better place right now.
She's so positive, she's so caring, and I have to imagine that what she does for children like our daughter Harper in terms of helping with her confidence and making her feel like she can really succeed, I have to imagine she does that and lifts up everybody around her.
She teaches children and she does it with such heart. She is such a caring human being, and the children absolutely love going into her classroom.
She has really taught me the importance of doing everything you can possibly do for each child, and that is what she does, and she models that every single day.
She deserves to be the district teacher of the year because she is the best person ever, and she teaches with such compassion and such great heart.
If South Carolina was a district, she needs to be the teacher of the year throughout the state, in my opinion. I wish I had a mom that was a Mrs. Carter. I wish I had a teacher that was a Mrs. Carter.
One of the best teachers I've ever had because she's just so kind and warm and welcoming, and she's just amazing.
She actually told me one time she is able to learn from her students on a daily basis, and that she just hopes she can make New Providence Elementary proud.
Laura is a unique and talented teacher. She loves her students. She's kind to her students, her colleagues, her students' parents. She just really is such a respectful educator.
Ms. Sundberg, thank you for teaching me that you don't have to be perfect and that you don't have to be afraid to express yourself.
She actually was one of the people who encouraged me that I wanted to be a teacher, because I learned that her teaching style was actually incredibly helpful, and she made me a better person. She goes above and beyond whenever it comes to believing in her students, and she takes steps after saying, like, what's your biggest dream? She would actually help you achieve it. And that really impacted me as a person, and I want to be that kind of teacher one day.
Everyone wants someone who is going to look out for their child as an individual and do what it takes to reach their child as an individual. And I think she does exactly that. So any child who has an opportunity to be in her classroom is fortunate to be there because she does go the extra mile to reach each student.
She's a personalized learning teacher. She somehow juggles 25, 30 different instructional plans in a classroom to find just the right books and just the right skill sets to teach children exactly what they need.
She is one of the best people I've ever met, and she's an advocate for social justice. She's an advocate for her students. She's an advocate for other teachers. I can't think of anybody else who deserves it more than she does.
We are fortunate that the Lexington District One Board of Trustees honored the history of education in Gilbert by naming the school, our new school, Centerville Elementary.
We dedicate this building for the education of our youth. When you walk into this building, it's easy to get carried away by the brand new, by all the bells and the whistles. But what makes the school that we love and cherish are the people. It's the students, and it's the staff, and it's the community who come together under one roof.
When I grow up, I will eat sweets every day.
Because regardless of the winds of adversity that blew our way, our people stood strong. We were and are better together.
You are the reason our school exists, and you are the heartbeat of this school. Thank you for all that you have endured and conquered over the last 2 years, and we have a bright future together.
Bria is an amazing math teacher. She is responsive to her kids' needs. She works on building up their confidence in math, but she also personalizes their instruction to make sure every kid feels successful and that they can do the work.
She is definitely looking after her kids, making sure that they're being successful and doing whatever she can to get them to that point. She starts them wherever they're at, she meets them wherever they're at and moves them forward. The kids know that she will be there for them no matter what.
She's such a hard worker and she is so good with kids. I think that if she has a platform to advocate, that's what she's going to do. And so I think it'd be a great opportunity for her.
She loves what she does and she loves her kids and loves the people around her. And she feels everything, she's in it with them. And so she is willing to do whatever, literally whatever it takes to move kids where they need to go. And so our school has been incredibly blessed by her presence.
Who am I?
A guide, a friend,
a leader,
a dream believer,
a soul seeker,
a hand to hold,
a comforting embrace,
a listening ear,
a safe space.
I challenge,
I support,
I inspire, I weather. I work in the greatest profession ever.
What do?
I help kids to read,
to write,
create,
pay attention. I help them to be confident, to make friends,
not to mention.
I help them see their full potential, maybe when others do not. I help them to see that they have a shot.
What do I make?
I make kids criticize and question. I make them wonder.
I make them sit still and ponder.
I make them see their dreams in the making.
And that the world is out there for the taking.
I make them see what they could be.
I make a difference. Sometimes the difference is me. I am a teacher.
I am a teacher.
I am a school counselor.
I am a teacher.
I am a teacher.
To be humble, to be kind, it is a giving of the peace in your mind. To a stranger, to a friend, to give in such a way that has no end. We are love, we are one, we are how we treat each other when the day's done. We are peace, we are war, we are how we treat each other and nothing more. Tell me what it is that you see, a world that's full of endless possibilities. The heroes don't look like they used to, they look like you do. Other when the day's done. We are peace, we are war.
She really cared about her students. It wasn't there because she was there for a job. She wanted to help kids learn, make an impact on everybody's life.
She's different from all my other teachers. She's funny and very supportive.
My daughter came home in love with Miss Reichert very quickly, and it was obvious. And I remember the first time I got a report card from her, and the words that she wrote, just how encouraging and how she used language that would be more read by high schoolers than even fourth graders. You could tell she was pushing them to be the best that they could.
She's the reason that I wanted to be a teacher. Just the way that she taught the class and the environment that she had. She's just one of those teachers that leave a lasting imprint on students, not just me, on a lot of other people as well.
Welcome to Come Dance With Me, the competition with some of America's most talented young dancers.
I never expected my dancing to take me to this level, especially this early, because I'm only 11 and I maybe expected it when I was out of college, but I am really young, and for this to give me an opportunity, it was amazing.
Initially, we did several interviews with CBS, and I think the third interview was the one where we found out that we made it on the show, and both of us were shocked. I think I was more shocked than anyone because I was like, oh, well, we'll do this, but they probably won't pick us. So, and they said yes.
My mom, she was a dancer when she was little, and she dances here and there at parties, but she's not a dancer full-time like I am, so I had to give her a few tips when we were there.
We found out that we were not only going to be on the show, but they had decided to have the show in Australia.
It's been very cool to be on a TV show. The only hard part is that I couldn't tell anybody what I was doing in Australia, so I had to keep it a secret from all my friends, and that's really hard because I'm a kid and I want to tell everybody everything.
It just makes me so proud of her, and to watch her be able to do this show and just show how great she is at what she loves and her passion with the rest of the world.
Seeing how far my dancing is taking me is really amazing because I did not expect all these years of training pay off and be on a TV show, because not everybody gets that chance.
Miss Bridges, she was my third grade teacher, and outside of teaching, she was a really good friend.
Miss Bridges is amazing. She is such a positive individual who supports every kid individually, really makes sure that she's meeting their needs, supportive of families.
She is just the type person that, as an educator, if you're feeling down or you're kind of having a bad day, you can always go into her classroom and just feel uplifted because she's just always happy to be there, and you can see the relationships that she has with her students, which just makes you want to smile, and it makes you very passionate about being in the classroom and being around her.
I think she deserves to be District Teacher of the Year because she's really good at teaching everybody to their needs and to help them go above those to be better.
District Lexington 1, 欢迎来 Meadow Glen Elementary School.
Experience the magic of language in immersion classrooms across Lexington County School District 1. Students in Lexington District 1's immersion classes become bilingual and biliterate, able to read, write, and speak in another language, as well as becoming global citizens. Beginning in 5-year-old kindergarten, students in the district's partial immersion program spend half the day studying the regular grade level curriculum and standards in classes conducted in the target language. By spending more time in the language through immersion, students achieve much higher levels of fluency than traditional language instruction. Students can learn Spanish at Centerville, Gilbert, Pleasant Hill, and Red Bank elementary schools. Or students can immerse themselves in the German language at Deerfield Elementary, while students can also learn French.
moved.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. I call to order the general session of the April 26th board meeting. The district is in compliance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act by notifying the media of the date, time, and place of the meeting. The district tapes the meeting for accuracy in preparing the minutes. At this time, I yield the floor to Ms. Kathy Henson to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise and join me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Madam Chair, I move that the board accept the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. Is there any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. Board members, you have received the minutes of the March 15th board meeting. Other than corrections that have been received and made, are there any other corrections? Hearing none, the minutes will be accepted as presented. Do I hear a motion that the board approve 35 certified recommendations for the 2022-2023 academic year?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve 35 certified recommendations for 2022-23 academic year.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Is there any discussion? Ms. Price, are y'all staying busy?
We are. We would like to be a lot busier. So if you have friends that are teachers, have them come join us. We are working very hard to approach our May 10th deadline, which is the contract deadline. And so we are looking for a lot more people to join our team. So
it's a great place to work. Come join us.
It is.
Ms. Price, do we have a number of vacancies?
We do. Right now we have 130 certified openings and 84 support staff.
Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion that the board approve 4 administrative recommendations for the 2022-2023 academic year?
Madam Chair, I move the board approve 4 administrative recommendations for 2022-23 academic school year.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Is there any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion for the board to accept the newly hired support staff report for 2021, 2022, and 2022-2023 as presented by administration?
Madam Chair, I so move.
You don't want to say all the twos, Mr. Alton? Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Is there any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. All right. Do I hear a motion concerning the proposed property contractual arrangements for the purchase of land for a new River Bluff area elementary school?
Madam Chair, I move that the board rescind the authorization for the administration to enter into an option agreement related to a parcel to the following parcels: TMS number 003500-01-012, containing approximately 2.2 acres with River Lee Associates LLC, TMS 003500-01-014, containing approximately 30 acres with Beverly G. Cleckley, TMS number 003500-02-165, containing approximately 0.04 acres with Rivergate Associates LLC, and finally TMS 003500-01-099, containing approximately 9.5 acres with Joseph L. Cleckley.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. All right. Mr. Salters, would you like to talk through what we're doing up here?
Madam Chair, the board last month authorized the administration to enter into option agreements related to the parcels that Dr. Powers mentioned there, and your motion rescinds that authorization based on information we have received at this point.
And so no option agreement was signed by the district?
No, that is correct. The district has not entered into an option agreement.
And we have if we approve this, you are no longer authorized to sign an option agreement for those properties?
That is correct.
Board, is there any questions for Mr. Salters?
Can you tell us where we go from here? Like, do we continue on with the land search?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's all we can say.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Salters? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. All right. Do I hear a motion concerning accepting the resignation of Dr. Gregory Little as Superintendent of Lexington School District 1?
Madam Chair, I move that the board accept Dr. Greg Little's resignation from employment and grant his request to be released from his contract with Lexington County School District 1, which will result in the termination of his agreement effective June 30th, 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Is there any discussion? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right. Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. All right. All right. We are now at the best part of the evening, honors and achievements. You can read about tonight's honorees in our Proof Positive newsletter. The newsletter was on the sign-in table as you came in the door. In addition, we ask that you please stay until we finish recognizing tonight's award recipients. Once we finish, we will give our honorees a chance to leave before we resume the rest of the meeting. Dr. Little, will you please step down and help us recognize our award winners? Honorees, when you hear your names, come and stand with Dr. Little in the front as we tell, or over there, I guess they've moved it on me over there. As we tell the audience all about you and your achievements. All right. Our first award tonight spotlights White Knoll High School's Abby Rice on her win at the Palmetto Dramatic Association's High School Theater Festival. Is Abby here? Oh. Also with Abby is White Knoll High Theater teacher and director Brandy Owensby. Is Miss Owensby here? All right, we're going to recognize them in their absence. Abby entered her original play, Epiphany, in the association's high school one-act playwriting contest. The play explores the idea that life is not a fairy tale and individuals must write their own stories and take the initiative to grow. Abby's play was inspired by other stories such as The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, A Midsummer Night's Dream, and others. Abby says she enjoys the organic process of seeing how a story develops and where the characters will take her. During the writing process, Abby solicited the help of her classmates, leading read-throughs and feedback sessions in order to develop the story and the characters. As you can see on the screen, together with her classmates supporting her, White Knoll High showcased this incredible play during a staged reading at the State Festival competition. Congratulations, Abby. Our next group of awards hit bullseye recently at the South Carolina National Archery in Schools Program State Tournament. Did you know that the tournament was swept by Lexington District 1 schools? I know, all right. Pelion Elementary placed first at the elementary school level, Carolina Springs Middle took first at the middle school level, and White Knoll High won first place in the high school level. That is very impressive. Let's watch a short video highlighting Lexington District 1's success.
Archery is a mentally challenging sport, and it's a lot of fun to learn and grow with that sport.
The competition aspect of it is fun, but it's also cool because there's people on your team that you get to be friends with and talk to, and you can compete through them as well.
Just as a different activity. A lot of parents are looking for different activities for the kids to do instead of the traditional stick and ball sports, and so this is an alternative for them to do that.
It kind kind of shows you that you can be the best person that you can be, and that you can prove to yourself that you can win in things and you can get things correct. And it's just a fun sport.
It's really weird to try and explain to kids, like, right now you're competing against your teammates. The teammate you have right next to you, they're the best in the state right now. So your job is to catch them.
It was like awesome the way that we put our hearts and soul into this group, and Coach Coulter said that one day we could go to state and do something one day, and that turned out well.
This year we were very successful. High school-wise, I think we got 44 wins in a row over 2 years, and middle school we got 24, I think, and that runs back to last year as well. We had multiple winners. We did have an individual state champion. That success, those kids have done it since middle school, so they've got, you know, five years involved in the program, and it helps breed success.
I didn't expect to be doing it up through high school, and now it's one of the biggest things in my life.
Awesome. We have some team representatives here with us tonight, some of which also took home first place individual awards at the tournament. Please come up front as I call your name. Representing first place elementary team winner, Pelion Elementary, Paisley Hinkle, Ruby Salcido, and coaches Cassie Boatwright, Colby Coulter, and Nicole Schumpert. In addition to the team winning first place, Paisley took home first place in the girls' bullseye competition, where she bested 127 others in her division. Stand up. Ruby won first place in the International Bow Hunter Organization 3D competition, where she ranked first out of 65 other girls. In this competition, Ruby set her sights on 3D animals like turkeys, coyotes, deer, and other animals. Congratulations, Pelion Elementary.
We know whose house to go eat at in case we run out of food.
All right, representing first place middle school team winner, Carolina Springs Middle, Rylan Blizzard Henry and Hannah Tran, along with Coach Todd Fulmer. Both Rylan and Hannah placed second in the individual bullseye competition. Congratulations, Carolina Springs Middle. Representing first place high school team winner, White Knoll High, Logan Klotz, Carson Rosendahl, and Scarlett Watson, along with Coach Todd Fulmer. Logan placed second in the boys' IBO 3D competition, and Scarlett placed second in the girls' bullseye competition. Carson came out on top in the boys' bullseye competition, where he ranked first out of 165 others in the competition. Congratulations, White Knoll High School. Last but certainly not least, we have one more archery winner from Meadow Glen Middle. Would Tristan Lauder please come forward? Tristan placed first in the individual boys bullseye competition, ranking first out of 208 others in the competition. Tristan, why don't you tell us what you like most about archery in our schools?
My favorite aspect of archery is how there's many different aspects to it, and so there's always a way for me to get like better and improve myself in archery.
Great. I mean, when you're first place, how do you get better?
You got to split your own era. You haven't seen Robin Hood.
All right, thanks, Tristan. Congratulations. Congratulations to all of our teams. We're so proud of the archery program here in Lexington District 1, and we can't wait to watch it continue to soar. Did you know that during the month of April, Lexington County School District 1 is celebrating School Library Month? School librarians are so important. In addition to teaching and reinforcing library and media skills, reading comprehension skills, digital literacy skills, and supporting a growing love of reading, part of the work of a school librarian is to teach students how to think critically about information, how to sift through sources to determine which ones are reliable, how to conduct proper research, and how to summarize and communicate their ideas and the results of research. This is not even touching the surface of the important work school librarians do each day in collaboration with teachers to support their work in the classroom. Not only do school librarians work with students, but they may also provide training for educators on trending topics, resources, and digital learning tools. We could not do with what we do without our school librarians. In honor of National School Library Month, the board, has some of our favorite children's books up here on display. Would any of our board members like to share why you chose the book you did?
Sure. We actually were supposed to choose 3, and so this was one of the 3, and I picked this honestly more so because I enjoyed reading this series to my children when they were little. It's just fun.
For me, it was Where the Red Fern Grows. I don't know, it was always something about Big Dan and Little Ann and a guy and his dogs. Now, you know, I'll be the first to tell you, my wife says I'm emotionally distant. And so I never really got on the, well, you must be emotionally distant too. I never got in on the crying side of the book, but I just thought it was a cool story, a really cool story.
Great. Thank you, guys. So y'all celebrate our school librarians for the last few days of April. All right, thank you for taking the time tonight to help us recognize our amazing students, staff, and schools. We have some very talented individuals in our district, and we love sharing their achievements with you. Now, just as I promised, you are welcome to stay for the remainder of our meeting. However, if you need to leave, we will give you a quick and quiet moment to do that right now. And I'm just going to add, those of you that came to speak about the River Bluff Elementary School, we are not purchasing that property. So you're welcome to stay, but if you don't want to stay, we're not purchasing that property. Ms. Halliday, can we get copies of the agenda for the board? We don't have any. Yeah, I don't have one either. Jada, do you see are the agendas stacked up on the podium? No. Yeah, none of us got them. All right. Now it's time for the good stuff. It is time for the first reading of the general fund operating budget for 2022-2023, and so I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Salters.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I certainly like watching the archery winners more than talking about the budget, but we'll get into the meat of this presentation here. As you recall, at our last meeting, we had some conversations about the budget and early looks from the House, and also, priorities that the district was looking at for this upcoming year. So I just want to remind you that this is the general fund budget that we do each year. It lays out our revenues and expenditures that support the day-to-day operations of the school system as we move through the year. Obviously, as part of the budget, we always want to keep our mission and vision from the strategic plan in the forefront. And so the budget should reflect your priorities and your mission, your system commitments, and so forth. So I put that out here just as a reminder as we go through our discussion this evening. Looking at our recommended priorities for this year, we have a number of those, and I've listed those on the next couple of slides. A goal is to obviously maintain our student-teacher ratios as we start this budget process, looking at staff salaries, supporting our staff, and then continuing to identify and implement employee retention and recruitment strategies. We're in a very competitive job market, not only for our teaching staff, but also for our support staff and administrative staff all across the board, really. It's difficult to find employees. I think Ms. Garris alluded to that earlier with the job openings that Ms. Price was talking about. So that's a very much a priority for us. Not only do we need to find staff, but we need to figure out ways to keep them. Additional priorities that we have in the budget, establishing personalized pathways at the current LMS. That's the Lexington Middle School site, which will obviously be opening Lakeside this fall. And so we'll be establishing the Lula program and the College Center on that campus. We have a number of intervention and instructional support needs for learning and acceleration coming out of the COVID pandemic. We're always looking to enhance our safety and security practices. And then we're also preparing for the conclusion of federal COVID support, which will sunset over the next few years. That's the ESSER money, the CARES money that we've discussed in previous meetings with you guys. So some recruitment and retention measures that are in this year's budget in the first reading. We've provided all employees a step increase. That's basically just moving them a year of experience on the salary schedule. We have increased the starting teacher salary schedule. Ultimately, it ended up at $41,410. The way we got there is made some adjustments to the teacher salary schedule to start it at $40,000. So we gave everybody a step, and then we also gave them a 1% increase to get to the $41,410. I just want to point that out because down here we do address support and administrative staff for 1%, but we also included the 1% for teachers, and that's reflected up here in this in this number. So pleased to talk about that $41,410. We have a number of our surrounding districts that are already above $40,000, and so this puts us in a more competitive position for their starting teachers. We're also increasing our bus driver pay based on the state budget provisos, and that's a 5% increase and then an additional 3% from the state. So, that's on the state salary schedule though, so it doesn't translate to ours because we're already paying above that. But we have increased the starting salary for bus drivers to $17, and that's up from $15.75, I think is where it is now. And again, that's a that's an effort to remain competitive with our bus drivers.
Mr. Salters, how much of that $17 is provided by the state?
How much is provided by the
Isn't it
state?
like something in the state bus driver salary schedule, like $8?
The state bus driver salary schedule, I'd have to look. I want to say it's around 9.
Around
yeah.
9.
Yeah.
So
it's,
everything.
Everything above that's us.
Is us? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. We'll verify that and have that information for you for second reading. We also, as I mentioned, trying to remain competitive in all of our areas. We're eliminating grade 5 on our support staff salary schedule and moving those employees up to grade 6. And so that impacts some of our housekeeping staff, our food service staff. So trying to get those folks in a more competitive salary range as well. Mentioned this already, but providing support and administrative staff a 1% increase. And then we're continuing the incentive steps. And if you recall from last year, those are when you reach step 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, we pay you like you are on step 6 for that 2 years. So we advance you basically a year. And we're trying to incentivize our longer term employees to stay for a longer period of time. So we're continuing those incentive steps. One of the thoughts that came out of our discussion with the board in March was reconciling our teaching experience. We extended the teacher salary schedule last year to 40 years. We have included in this budget the reconciliation of those teachers that were over, they may have had 38 years. They're actually getting paid for that 38 now. We had stopped it at 32 last year. So we've extended it all the way out. As I mentioned earlier, we're maintaining our targeted staff ratios. We'll look at those in a minute. We found this next item to be pretty successful this past year, and so we've kind of expanded on it a little bit. We offered a $500 bonus for substitutes who worked 45 days in a semester. As you know, substitutes are difficult to come by, and so those that dedicated time and effort to and commitment to the district, we paid that extra $500. So we're extending that this year. So a sub would either get paid the $500 bonus or the $750 bonus if they got to 60 days. So that's an additional option for us. We are increasing our fine arts supplements, and that's by about 10%. So if you go back and look, I think the last time these supplements were increased kind of across the board was in the late 90s. And, we addressed our athletic supplements in recent years. They had been gone a similar time without being addressed. And so we're addressing those this year. And then we're expanding. I'm sorry.
Who does that impact?
So that would be
for the marching band.
Yes, it would be band, chorus, orchestra folks, all of your fine arts.
Outside of who do work outside of the regular school hours.
That's right. Yes, ma'am. We're also expanding our athletic supplements to cover our middle school sports. We started the Lex 10 conference, and that has been, I guess Dr. Little might say, wildly successful. And so we have a number of teams, number of sports, and we're very pleased with the participation that's offered our middle school students and competition and so forth. So we're excited about that and expanding those supplements to cover those sports.
Part of the conversation, let me go back just a step about the fine art supplements. One of the things we want to make sure that we've done is that if we go too long without addressing those supplements, then you got to make really large jumps. And so the conversation about the 10%, I think we would also talk about then next year we would add to that and continue to add to that to where we kind of brought them up, and so that we're addressing them a little bit as we go, as opposed to always having to make big leaps in that work. And I would certainly would encourage us to continue to work on that. And I think too, you know, Ms. Henson, you and I have had a conversation about the athletic supplements to cover middle school sports. As you know, this year we expanded to 7th grade sports. So we have a number of teams that have 7th grade and 8th grade sports in an attempt to increase participation and really overall school culture in our middle schools. Because as you get bigger middle schools, the fewer kids actually get to participate in things, right? You only have one basketball team, or you only have one student body president, or whatever that looks like. And so having the 7th and 8th grade teams, it's really tough for your 7th graders to compete against 8th graders. The physical maturity between those two grade levels is starkly different. And so by expanding that, and the schools have really done a great job of bringing that in. The 7th grade teams are starting to play each other. More and more teams are fielding 7th grade teams. The first year we did, I think maybe only 2 or 3 teams did it. Now I think 6 out of the 8 are doing it in football. A number of them are doing it in a number of them are now doing it in volleyball, as well as 5 in volleyball and in basketball as well.
And just want to go back real quick, Ms. Green, you asked a question about bus drivers. The state schedule, I've got some really good research folks sitting out here in the audience. The state schedule starts at $8.44 this year, and next year it'll be $9.12. So.
Mr. Salters,
yes.
real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, absolutely.
Again. Is there any consideration for retroactively paying the middle school athletic people for this school year?
I think that would be up to the board. We haven't discussed that internally, but certainly that's something that, you know, if that's the pleasure of the board, we could consider.
Actually, let me jump in there. So Mr. Caldwell and I have discussed that a little bit. I'm sorry, Mr. Salters. I've left you out of that conversation. That was my fault. But we have considered that, and we're kind of trying to figure that out here before the end of the year.
Okay. Great. Wonderful.
All right. So just to kind of recap where we are with the budget, as I mentioned, the House, you know, passed a version of the appropriations bill in March. Senate Finance Committee, between March and I guess the Senate Finance Committee passing their version, we did a lot of work with our delegation. I know other districts did a lot of work with their delegations and spent a lot of time with the Senate, and really because the House version of the budget has a significant impact on our school system and our ability to operate. And so we are very excited about where we are right now. We based this budget on the Senate version, and we feel like they came up with a good plan. Obviously, there's a lot of work left to do. The House, I think yesterday, was working on a continuing resolution. And so we do not want to see a continuing resolution passed. We want them to work together to come up with some equitable solutions for school districts across the state and support this new funding model. And so we spent some time even this morning with our delegation working through the funding and what we needed to see happen. So we would encourage folks to continue to lobby that, you know, that they get along and get together on a common budget that's most aligned with what the Senate has produced, because it benefits not only our district but other districts across the state. But you'll see, you know, on the timeline there, conference committee will get together and between May 10th and 12th move a bill to the governor. Of course, we have our next reading in May, and you know we'll have some information for you at that time. It's gonna be a tight time frame if they show up with a budget on May 12th to turn that around for second reading, but we'll certainly do our best on that. Yes,
Mr. Salters, can you just do, I don't know, 30 seconds on the problems with the House bill?
They're right here in front of you. My next slide.
Never mind. Sorry.
Great lead up.
There you go.
Thank you for that lead in. So on the House version, we were anticipated to get about $137 million. There were some hold harmless payments associated with the House version. We were one of 5 districts to receive a hold harmless payment. The problem with the hold harmless payment is it's not guaranteed year to year. And so it's about $4.9 million or so in our case. Should the budget proviso next year not include hold harmless, we would have lost that revenue, and that has a significant impact. It required a 25% local match on the EIA portion of the funding. They were increasing each cell on the state minimum salary schedule by $4,000. We already paid above the state minimum on the majority of our cells. So that wasn't such a bad thing for us. However, they required in their bill to maintain the local percentage that we already paid teachers. So it was a significant cost impact for the school district to do that. And they also did away with some of the weightings, Career Center weightings being one of them. And so we would have been in a situation where we would have been some $16 million or so into the budget, over budget, and not done anything but addressed teacher raises, and they would not have received a $4,000 raise. We would have only maintained our local percentage, and it wouldn't have ended up being $4,000 a teacher because we're already paying more than that. And then we would have not done anything else in the budget. And you'll see later in some slides, we have been very frugal. This board's been very frugal with millage increases. And so that would have required a significant millage increase to cover that and put that burden on our businesses, as you are aware, since Act 388 doesn't put any burden on homeowners. So a lot of issues with that House bill. Senate came back out, and Senate Finance did a lot of work and removed the hold harmless payment. Basically, they called it stake in the ground funding. Gave us the funding we had from 21-22. They reduced the raise amount to $2,000, and which set the minimum teacher salary schedule around $38,000 instead of the $40,000 that the House was looking at. Doesn't require us to maintain the local match. They reinstated the Career Center funding. But you'll note with the Senate version, we're actually able to achieve what the House version wanted us to do, and that was to get to the $40,000. However, the House version didn't allow us to get to the $40,000 without increasing millage significantly. Under the Senate version, we were able to get the revenue to accomplish the goal. So it's just a much better strategy.
Also, just as an aside, I do want to point your attention to the last cell again, just to stress that. We believe that career and technical education is an essential part of what we do. So many of our students find that to be a critical part of their educational experience, and they go to Lexington Technology Center or to one of their high schools, and they absolutely thrive in welding and their CNA, as my daughter received her CNA in, I mean, you name it, machining, mechatronics, small engine repair, cosmetology. All of these are opportunities for our students to have impactful certifications and enter the workforce and immediately begin their careers. And we think it is very, very short-sighted of our House of Representatives to take money away from that educational experience. And I do want to point that out specifically, and thankfully the Senate said, let's keep that weighting in there.
Yep, that's a good point. Yes, sir.
One quick question. When we are looking at the proposed budget, and we look at the revenue from state sources, which number are we basically going off of for planning purposes? Are we using the House version, the Senate version? What are we using right now?
Right now, we're basing off the Senate version.
Senate version. Okay,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry, I missed that.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, 'cause it matters.
Yes, sir. I want to take a minute to just give you a little brief history. This is a pretty impactful slide. In my opinion, the board has done a really good job of committing to our teacher salary schedule in Lexington One. You can see in 2015-16, $32,161 was the starting teacher salary. We're proposing under this budget, the starting salary would be $41,410. That's a 28.76% increase since that time frame, and that's really where the money should go. in our teachers. So I think that's, we did have obviously a rough year there in 2020, 21, but that was a continuing resolution time frame and some crazy stuff going on in the world at that time. So, but this is a strong effort to commit to our teachers, and so I think it's a good slide to reflect on. Yes, sir.
And Jeff, this doesn't include some of the one-time bonuses we did through those years, right?
Right.
This is just this,
Right.
yeah.
This
So
is just
total
salary.
compensation.
Yes.
Some of these years was actually higher.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And when we were looking at the funding formula previously, when they're going to this all-encompassing number now, they had defined a teacher as a 12-year, you remember that?
Yes,
that
sir.
part? Where do we fall at with regard to what the state defines, at that 12-year mark, teachers making X with X amount of fringe? Do we have that comparison of where we stack up compared to what the state defines as it based off that funding formula?
Are you asking about the average years of experience for our teachers?
No, it was I'd have to pull my other notes, but it basically took the way they arrived at our appropriation to Lexington One was they defined a teacher as a 12-year, which I'm assuming for us would be like on step 12.
That's right. They did that with every district. Say we're going to take a 12-year teacher, master's, whatever, and it's going to be this amount of money.
Sure.
That's
But
right.
obviously, some districts are probably going to be above that, some districts will be below that, and some districts will be in line with it. Do we have that comparison where we stack up compared to the funding formula?
Yeah, so we're above that, and in the new, you guys have the new salary schedule in your handout, so you can go on that salary schedule and see year 12.
Okay.
I want to say their number was 58. Yeah, with fringe included.
Yeah,
it was
there was a fringe
58
in-
something.
Okay.
But obviously that number on the salary schedule does not include fringe, but I can get
Correct.
you that exact number.
Yeah, I
from
was
us.
just curious where we fall out by definition as to what the
Yeah,
state.
we're
kind of
above.
uses.
We are above that. I think on average across this all the cells, it was a 13%.
Okay.
Over we pay on average 13% higher than the state schedule.
Okay.
Now, in full disclosure with that, the state schedule stops a lot sooner than we do.
Sure. Sure.
And so our average is skewed a little bit because we go out to 40 years,
Right.
and the state doesn't. So.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And looking at the budget, obviously, one of the key components of the budget that we use to drive our projections is the average daily membership. This is essentially our enrollment and our enrollment projections. We're projecting a 610 student increase this coming year, about a 2.3% increase. And you can see we hit 736 students this year. 2020, 21, this is the first year I can recall in about ever that the district did not grow in student population. And of course, that was right in the height of the pandemic. And so we obviously bounced back very quickly here. And then we're anticipating roughly 610 this coming year. And so that factors into all of our calculations of staffing and other resources as we go forward to develop a budget.
Mr. Salters, I think that enrollment is interesting because we did lose some students through withdrawals and other options during 2020, 2021. But not only did those students come back, but we grew that year by 575 above that, which is exactly on par with our average growth over the last 10 years.
Right.
So we had that little blip, but we just have stayed right on track.
Right. Targeting staffing ratios, I just wanted to point this out again. As I mentioned earlier, we're not moving this target. We in 2020, 21, we did lower some targets into that next year, and we're maintaining these levels as we go into this budget right now. Now, I think Ms. Price can speak to this too, but you'll go into classrooms across the system and you're going to not see 21 students in every classroom. I mean, this is an average, and it falls out by, the curriculum that's taught and some of the class offerings that are there, but we use these targets to staff all of our programs and certainly try to adhere to that as close as possible as we go forward. It really is more prevalent. The differences, I guess, would be more prevalent in middle and high school as you get into more specialized programs of coursework than at the elementary level. You generally will see those numbers hold pretty true. So let's talk briefly about our expenditures. We talked about the number of students coming in. We have a lot of information on the next few slides, so just bear with me as we try to work through it. But to accommodate the additional students coming in, we are adding 26 elementary school FTE, and I've got the associated costs there. These costs all have fringe benefits included in them. Certified and licensed professionals for middle school is 1.5, high school 2.0. We have a 1.0 high school counselor. We've got several certified positions that span across the district. English as a second language and some other lead teachers. I should have pointed out, these are all net numbers. So while, for example, we're adding 1.0 counselor, we may be removing a counselor from somewhere else or 2 counselors and adding 3 or whatever. So you may, but it's just the overall net number. So if you see on like a job posting 3 high school counselors, well, we've taken 2 away from somewhere else, if you will. Middle school interventionist and elementary school interventionist, and these are some very critical positions that are needed right now coming out of the pandemic and helping our students. Middle school math is also an area of focus. I know Ms. Gaskins is really high on. And our behavior interventionist, in conversations with our schools, behavior intervention was one of the key components that our teaching staff focused on. And so we put some attention to that at the elementary level with 5 positions there. Then our special needs program obviously is of critical importance to us. And there are a number of state and federal requirements that we have to meet with regards to special needs. So there's 12.2 staff there. Then we have a funding modification. This is a shift in our at-risk funding. The state the new budget proviso allows us to redirect some funding in some sources over to general fund, and it gives us more flexibility to do that. In the past, when at-risk started in the district had already funded some at-risk positions. This dates back to like 2010, and the funding for the at-risk program came in that year at the end of the year. And so we ended up in this carryover situation every year. And we couldn't do anything with that carryover because we had already funded the positions out of general fund. And so what we're doing here is, because of the funding flexibility now, we're shifting some of that funding over to general fund to use up some of that carryover. And we're doing that over the next couple of years so that money's not just sitting there unused as we go forward. We are also adding 6 pool positions. I think Ms. Price would like that to be about 16 pool positions, but these positions are positions that are kind of for the unforeseen influx of students or things that come up related to special needs that we weren't planning for, and we add these folks at the beginning of the school year or along throughout the course of the year. We also have a number of positions. This is really just for information only because this is not part of the general fund. But I did mention earlier about the ESSER funding. We are looking at 9 positions in our ESSER plan through middle school to address class size and student ratios there. Behavioral health counselor at a 1.0, and then middle school interventionists for those. And those are funded out of the ESSER 2 plan. So that's, those will obviously all support our needs, but just they will be out of that funding source. Then we have our support and administrative changes, and again, these are net numbers. So instructional support staff, we have 10 FTE, and then non-instructional support, another 10 FTE, special needs, 12 FTE, and then we have 2 assistant principals, one at Lexington Middle School and one at White Knoll Middle School. These are formula-driven. When they reach a certain number of students, they qualify for an additional assistant principal. And then we have 3 central services staff. This is actually a kind of a net number here as well. We have the Director of Legal Services, Coordinator of Finance, Performing Arts Center Manager at Gilbert High School Performing Arts Center, which is opening, and the one at White Knoll High School Performing Arts Center, which is also opening. But then, as you recall, I guess last year, we talked about the restructuring of IT when Dr. Rivers came on. So we're removing the enterprise IT officer position out of the IT department with the retirement of Ms. Huggins this year. This is a very busy slide, but it summarizes everything that I just said in one, in one slide there. So that's your total of both and the funding source associated with each one of those. So just a summary of other expenses. We've talked about the step increase for all eligible employees. This is the cost of that, $3.7 million. State mandated employer retirement health insurance increases. You see the cost, certified salary schedule adjustment. This is to move to the 41,410 and give the 1%. The bus driver salary adjustment is there. And then the 1% for the certified support and administrative staff. We talked about the athletic supplements, the fine art supplements.
Mr. Salters?
Yes.
It says athletic supplement increases and additions. Is that additions of athletic trainers?
It's lacrosse. We added some lacrosse supplements. We did not add athletic trainers anywhere at this time.
Okay. Is that something that maybe we could look into? And we can talk about it a little more later, but that was something that was kind of brought to my attention this last week on a school visit.
Is that at the middle school level?
No, high school.
Or high school?
High school level. As sports are growing in our district, and which is an exciting thing.
Sure.
The time commitment. I mean, we have these athletic trainers 5-6 days a week now till 9 p.m.
Sure.
And so, and sometimes for some of our biggest schools, only 2 athletic trainers at those schools. And so it might be something we need to look into and make sure that at least their compensation is appropriate for that time commitment.
We can definitely do that.
Thanks.
I mentioned the retention bonus for substitutes. That's that's one of the things we have to budget for. It doesn't mean we'll expend all of that money, but it is, we do have to budget for that. The elimination of the grade 5 on the support staff salary schedule, and then the teacher reconciliation above step 31, and then the other temporary salaries and adjustments is the 237. So overall, that's approximately $18.4 million total increase there. We brought this slide last year. It's really difficult to see, but you do have a copy of it in your handout there. This is just a summary of all of the FTE in the district and where they're allocated across the system. And so we will continue to update that as any changes that occur as we go forward. Looking at our accounts payable, programs and services budgets, we do have a few increases in these budgets for each division. In our in our instructional services division, we've got some contractual services. This really appears as an increase in our accounts payable side, but it's actually we've moved some FTE from the the full-time hire side, if you will, payroll side, over to the accounts payable side because we're contracting for services. We've found it very difficult to find some psychologists and some of these other positions, and so we've ended up contracting for these services. So we're changing our structure of how those are done. So it's showing up as an ad here, but it's actually kind of offset on the other side as well. We do have some residential care placements for some of our students that we do pay for, and so that's related there. The master's cohort, that's really an offset. This is a program we offer for our teachers, and so we budget to pay the master's program at USC, but then we recoup that through payroll deduction for our teachers. So it's really just an offset for that.
So I'm just making sure I understand. So the district pays it in full so that the teachers don't have to take out like a loan with interest.
We pay it. We pay the invoice to USC, and then the teacher we recoup that invoice payment from the teachers each month through payroll deduction.
In the full amount, or does the district contribute any?
Can I add that it's about a $5,000 savings to our teachers over the course of the degree program because of some savings we're able to do by taking a cohort approach.
Okay.
And then moving on down, obviously we, during the pandemic, restricted travel significantly and other professional development. And so that's, you'll see that come back in some areas. And that's what we're seeing here with instruction. We've got some professional learning opportunities for our staff included in that. Under human resources, our workers' compensation premium, you may recall last year we were the beneficiary of a one-time credit from SCISBIT, and that was related to our property and casualty and workers' comp offerings. And so basically they, during the pandemic, did not have a lot of claims and offered a rebate, if you will, to districts, participating districts. And so we were able to take the benefit of that last year. We're now having to add those premiums back in because they're, at least as of today, we haven't been made aware they're offering another rebate in this year coming forward. So we're putting that back in both of those areas. The property and casualty, we're also adding a facility, and that's some of the other things down here related to utilities and our maintenance department with adding Lakeside Middle School into the mix. It does increase our property casualty premium there as well. And so in the area of technology, we have, and supplies, we have some additional software license renewals with our visitor tracking system and our, network expansion and other equipment that we are including here. Utilities, we are increasing our utility budgets. Obviously if you experience this at your house or you go to the gas pump, you'll see utility costs increasing as we've seen inflation in our economy right now. So we're planning for that. And then our health and transportation departments, we have some additional people transportation costs associated with bringing back field trips and some other things that are happening, as we kind of come back to normalcy. So those are good things that we're excited to see happen. Our school allocations, we provide an allocation to all of our schools based on enrollment, and that's based on a formula. And that had been, up until 2019, that had been basically the same allocation amount for many, many years. And so in 2019, we started adjusting that amount by CPI, Consumer Price Index, because costs go up. You would think that your school allocation should go up relative to the inflation. And so we're proposing that adjustment for our school allocation. So that goes out to the schools. They allocate that in accounts that they C&E to operate their facilities.
Mr. Salters, this slide made me think about this. Would you explain again real quickly why in the budget under the board category, why the unemployment compensation shows up there?
That's where it is charged based on our funding model from the state.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
a $370,000 line item.
Right.
And so it
Right.
always shows up there, and there's some confusion about why that's listed under the board.
Right.
So.
Right. And then some decreases in our program. These are communications decreases. There's some just some general printing and other costs that are tightening of budgets where we've looked through there. Operations division. The first item there is related to some grants that were received, and we're covering some officers, resource officers through grants there. And then, last year we put in this grounds maintenance contract, and we shifted away from that mid-year. Obviously, we're not including that this year, and so that's the big decrease there. And then this last item here, this last item here, I want to kind of point out because this is something that we've looked at a lot since I've been involved with the finance role. We've done a lot of work and looking at our budget to actual reports, and trying to find areas of the system where you have a large amount of money left at the end of the year, where you're not budgeting as tightly as you need to, and so we've done a lot of that work over the last few years. As I said before, we literally have thousands of accounts in our system, and so even when you do that and you go find big chunks of unexpended money for whatever reason in an account at the end of the year, those are the easy things to find. Well, this year we started talking about, how can we do that, an even a different approach. And so our finance folks looked at a historical model of our accounts payable. I just asked the question, well, at the end of the year, how much do we have left in our AP budget every year? As you recall, we budget our payroll based on a percentage, and so right now we're recommending 97%. We used to budget payroll at 100%. Well, you never have 100% of your positions filled every day of the year, and so you never expend 100% of your payroll. So we started looking at what our trends were with payroll, and we've kind of landed at the 97% range for budgeting of payroll. Just 1% of our payroll equates to about $2.9 million. So if you're budgeting at 100%, that's another $9 million or so that you're having to put into your budget that's not, is not going to be expended, right? And so we've taken that approach with payroll for a number of years. I said, well, let's look at accounts payable, and can we do a similar approach to accounts payable? And so a 5-year trend on accounts payable reflected that we had about 11.8% on average of our AP budget left at the end of the year. And so some years, it was 10, some years it was higher, like 12 or whatever. And so we said, well, let's take a look at budgeting similarly like we do with payroll at a less than 100% percentage for AP. It's a little more complicated with accounts payable, and I want to warn the board that it may look a little funny when you start looking at some reports over the course of the year. Because, for example, Dr. Rivers, I use that as an example, he goes out and buys a piece of software, and let's just say it's a $50,000 piece of software, or $100,000 for easy math. I can't put $93,000 in an account and expect the vendor to accept the $93,000 if I budget at 93%, right? So we are looking at some accounts where the bulk of our like big ticket or big budget lines are, and those are in our utilities. We spend $5-6 million a year in utilities, And so, and generally speaking, our accounts payable folks have a lot of hands in those bills and transactions. And so basically we're taking this approach, if the board's acceptable to it, we're taking this $2.6 million and under budgeting our accounts payable by $2.6 million, and we're going to take that out of our energy accounts with the understanding that some of those accounts are probably going to run red or in the negative. But at the end of the day, when we roll up all of the general fund accounts, which we do, you're going to see that overall you're still well into the positive. It's just a different strategy for us because if we don't do this, you're going to end up with $2.6 million for sure. Well, not for sure, but historically speaking, at least left in accounts payable at the end of the year. Actually, more than that. And so, we feel like you can go out to every individual account and take $10 here, $5 there, $7 there, whatever, and try to roll all that up, or you can take this kind of approach. And so we're recommending looking at this, and because we think it's real dollars that we're budgeting each year that we need to look at differently. So that's as a result, we ended up we're growing by the 600 plus students, but we're actually decreasing our accounts payable by $3.3 million. So, Dr. Powers.
And again, the only thing I would caution on is if, again, we've committed to a budget, both an FTE and an expenditure budget, that we can't handcuff our teams on working to meeting that budget, right? So we just know historical fill rates or historical spend is below 100%. So as long as we don't compromise operations, and then this board recognizes that there may be some years we come in at 96%, and we'll miss it, and that's okay. We'll just be in the red, and we'll use our fund balance to cover it. So I'm comfortable with that as long as this board's, we don't hold our administrative team in malfeasance for exceeding because of a budgeting decision.
Right. The budget is, and that's a very valid point. The budget is just a working plan, obviously, and there may be, things come up that cause the budget to look differently. Certainly in 2019-20, entering into a pandemic, that budget looked very different at the end of the year because we had a lot of things that didn't happen because we weren't in school for part of that time, right? And so that's a very valid point. But we also want to be, as frugal as we can be. I mean, I don't want to budget $2.6 million with the feeling that that's just, that's committing that money and it's not going to be spent. And so that's a strategy that we've employed, and so we've been very successful with the payroll side of this equation, and so this is another option for us to look at. Again, looking at our overall operating expenditures, we're seeing the salaries and related costs going up here to the $290 million. And then that reflects an increase of 11.3. Programs and services, $35 million there, as I've indicated. So overall budget is $325,572,007. Just a quick look at where that money goes. Obviously, we're a people business, and that money goes into salary, with 89% of that being focused in salaries and related costs there. Quick summary on revenue. Looking at, again, this is the Senate Finance version of our revenue picture in the state source area there. We have the revenue to match this. We are proposing using, this is one of the questions that came up this morning in our legislative event. We're proposing using $6.1 million of fund balance to balance the budget. And you recall this past year, the district used the $18 million to pay the one-time supplements to our employees there. So it's a $6.1 million use of fund balance. Quickly looking at our millage, As I mentioned earlier, we've been tracking very strongly here with not using millage in recent years. You can see here zero millage increase dating back to 2019. We currently have a look back. Act 388 gives you a provision to look back the last 3 years of unused millage. So we could use, overall some 39.06 mills of look back. This year, based on the way the formula is calculated, we could raise 25.39 mills. And in this budget, we're not proposing any millage increase to meet the budget at this time with the Senate funding. So this just gives you a quick summary of what a mill is worth, the value of a mill. I remind everyone in the room here, you don't pay any taxes for school operations on your tax bill. You'll see a line that has a fee, and then you'll see a line that has a credit for that fee. You do pay taxes for debt service, so capital improvements, but you do not for school operations. That falls on 6% assessment, vehicles and manufacturing and others. So basically, the majority of our business owners are the ones who bear that burden.
Mr. Salter, so 73% of their taxes do not go to the school district?
No. Okay. And just again, the revenue that would be generated if we did just this millage increase, $8.1 million. And so that's, but again, we're not proposing any millage increase. So that's the first reading of the budget. I know that's a lot of information. There's a lot going on there. I will tell you for sure that it's going to change in some form or fashion, because I know the Senate and the House will come up with something different than, there's a really high likelihood they'll come up with something different than what the Senate has proposed so far. And so we will make some adjustments to that and bring those back to you, for consideration at second reading. I'll be happy to answer any questions or look at any additional things you guys would like us to look at.
I've got a few questions. In the beginning, you said one of our priorities was to enhance safety and security.
Yes.
What does that consist of?
We have several officers that are part of the grant that I mentioned earlier. We also have 5 school support monitors. These are positions that are in our high schools, and we've implemented a formula this year. So if you're under 1,000 students, you get 1 support monitor. 1,000 to 2,000, it's 2, and then above 2,000 students, it's 3. And these are individuals that work with our SROs, work with our administrative teams, and are actively moving about our campuses, focused on looking for any type of incidents or trouble or threats in our system. So we put attention to that area in the budget.
Okay.
Dr. Little, you wanted to add something?
Something I don't want to really get into too much detail. We can talk about it later if you like, but there's also a software thing that is in there as well.
Yes.
That's about safety and security.
Okay, so what would that break down as for staff and software? Do you have those 2 numbers?
I don't have them off the top of my head. I
Okay.
can get you a number.
The Director of Legal Services, it's been my understanding up to this point that that would not necessarily be the same as General Counsel. I know, Dr. Lowe, I've asked for that job description several times. So what exactly, it's my understanding this person would basically be literally directing our attorneys. Do you have a job description? Can you tell me a little bit about that?
We do. Ms. Price, you want to walk us through the job description?
Sure, I can pull that up, but the basis of that the job description does focus on elements such as FOIA support, working with our special education department to assist with any needs that they might have, and kind of some other generic legal duties, parliamentary procedures, those types of things.
So would that person be full-time?
Whatever the pleasure of the board is, but I think that was the thinking, yes.
And they would be here at the district office?
Correct, yes.
So have we done any kind of cost analysis to see how much this would save us by using a director of legal services as opposed to outside legal counsel?
So I don't know that we've run the numbers for FOIA and those pieces, but, you know, in years past, we've kind of looked at that, you know, how does that equal out? And it did seem to be, you know, at least an equal or a good savings. But Jeff, I don't know if you have any further information about those numbers, but.
Well, the prediction of that, it can be a little tricky. Again, we think that it will. So today is April the 26th. On April the 26th, I think that I could tell you with at least some type of certainty, I don't want to use the word certainty, with some optimism, that the position would significantly pay for its cost. Because instead of sending money to an attorney necessarily, especially through special education, but it kind of also depends on what's happening at that time. So, you know, it's a year-to-year thing, but it's also very specific to the cases and situations and whatever that may look like in special ed for that year or FOIA for that year. So again, I think I can tell you with real optimism that it will pay. Again, I don't want to come out and say it's going to be budget neutral. I think that would be unfair for me to say. But I do think it would, it's not as a heavy impact to the budget as what it is on the screen. I think it will significantly cover its own cost.
Okay, so that's another question. Yep. There were 3 positions in that budget number on the screen, and they weren't broken down. But before I get to that, I've also asked for legal invoices for FOIA because I know we have an employee that does FOIA, and I'm curious how much of that we're sending to legal counsel. So if I could get that, that would be helpful to see as well, because I assumed we were using an outside attorney for FOIA, but no one has been able to confirm that. But there were 3 positions on that slide, the coordinator finance, director of legal services, and the performing arts center, but that was on, I wrote down slide 16, but those weren't broken down. Do we have those broken down?
When you say broken down,
Oh, central services staff 3, it says 258,656.
Right.
So how much would we be paying each of those? Like how much would we be paying the director of legal services?
Okay, I can give you a breakdown. Sure.
Okay, that would be great. Let's see what else here.
And Madam Chair, I had a question as well.
Yes, Dr. Powers. We'll come back to you, Ms. Garris. Give everybody a chance to ask a couple questions.
So again, big picture, it's pretty impressive that we have not raised millage over the past couple of years. And I know the tax basis in the county has grown. But again, what should we be communicating to our community as, you know, the economy probably will slow down as interest rates go up, and as some of the one-time ESSER funding will kind of burn its way through, and then we'll have to make a decision about whether to absorb those positions or obviously cover them with some type of tax increase. I mean, what can we expect over the next couple of years with millage, if you had to guess?
Well, so if I had to guess, I would say that obviously we've used a lot of the ESSER money out for support and you see that on the slide here, just as an example. You know, I'm just using a rough number of $27 million came in, you know, to the district, and that's been used for a number of programs, but also some ongoing FTE. You're going to have to absorb those FTE back into the system or change your delivery model as we go forward. So there's going to be you know, we talked early on with ESSER when it came in about a funding cliff. And so that's, we're going to start seeing some of that occur over the next year and then the following year. And so depending on what the state does with the budget, we could see some, you know, years upcoming of some millage increases and some revenue shortages. It's really a year-to-year crapshoot. I mean, if we go back to what the House did, this whole thing's out the window, and we're
raising millage this year.
We're raising millage this year, and we're looking at a really bad situation.
Well, hopefully our business community will talk to their delegation, specifically the Senate. But again, I also think we need to start. I mean, it's great we haven't raised millage now for looks like hopefully 4 years if we can weather it. But it's, in my mind, it's coming.
And I would tell you that that's a pretty rare situation across the state. I talked to other CFOs, and they say, you're not raising millage. We max it out every year. We use our max every year because we don't want to leave any millage on the table. That's not the approach in Lexington One. We're doing stuff that, we're budgeting 97%, 93%. I mean, we're doing stuff to try to save the taxpayer money every time we can turn around. So that's just a different approach.
Anyone else have any questions?
Yes,
Okay,
I do.
well, I was coming back to you. I was just giving everybody a chance. Anybody? Okay, all right, go ahead, Ms. Garris.
Thank you. On one of the slides, the utilities were increasing. I know Mr. Warren talked about a rebate that we were getting at one point in time.
Yes.
Was that just a one-time thing?
Those are one-time rebates based on projects that we put in, and in those cases, it was related to lighting projects. But they're one-time rebates, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I didn't know if those were recurring.
And Ms. Garris, if I could just point out, because those expenditures occurred out of our capital budget, those rebates had to go back into the capital budget.
Okay, thank you. Health and transportation, 154,000. That was on slide 19, and you said because of field trips. But I mean, just reading the field trips we approved today, I noticed several of those were parent-funded, and a lot of times when students go on field trips, I guess their parents
Obviously, that's not the whole amount, and
Right.
so I can give you some more breakdown. We in the past couple of years, we haven't done our drug testing to the volume that we had done in previous years. Obviously, we actually suspended it for a period of time. So there's $48,684 of supplies for drug testing. There's some other supplies for our health rooms. In the past couple of years, we've had ESSER funding available to cost about forming some, and we're trying to move some of that stuff back into the general fund so that it all doesn't hit it one year. And then there is some people transportation, $23,750 of people transportation. And so we do have, there's $10,000 in there for advertising. If you ride around Lexington, for that matter, you ride around anywhere in Columbia, you're going to see billboards recruiting bus drivers for various districts. And so we've had to kind of step up our game with regards to that. So, but I can give you, a breakdown further of that if you'd like. Well, it's actually in your budget book. I shouldn't say that. I mean, it's there in the detailed budget summary, but.
Okay. So as part of our priorities every year, we see retention and recruitment. I'm just trying to figure out how we can follow along with that, because we have a targeted ratio, but there's no steadfast number. I mean, this may be more for Ms. Price. Is there a number you'll have to report anywhere for each class that says, here's our student-to-teacher ratio? How would we know that the budget is actually maintaining or reducing student-teacher ratio every year?
There's nowhere we actually report that. We do, of course, track it in our office. We have a dashboard where we can kind of monitor that. Principals are very good, as they should be, at letting us know when those numbers get high so that we can make sure that we monitor that if they're getting close to a limit, especially at the beginning of the year, because we don't know how many kindergartners exactly are going to show up or new students are going to move in. So we watch that very closely at the beginning of the year. We make some shifts at the beginning of the year. And that's why those 6 pool positions are also really important, because if we do see that number is getting high, we if we can't move someone over, if there's not someone that's maybe, has a space to move someone, we can look at that pool for hiring someone to kind of ease that burden. To Mr. Salter's point, it's not perfect. It is an average that you will see some numbers higher than that. The high school number always looks off because it's 18-1, but that does include, their fine arts factor in that as well with the schedule. So you're not going to walk in a high school and see a 18-1. That's not it's a formula number, but not a number you're going to see in a classroom. So.
And it also speaks to the point that once you start getting into September and October, you also don't want to disrupt those classrooms that are already in place. And it's also very difficult to find high-quality teachers in September and October as we move there. So while those ratios may increase, there's some, and again, it depends on the school, but there's some real reasons why you would do that. We would be very hesitant to necessarily hire somebody in September and October, kind of as we've gone through through the process. And of course, you're also perhaps disrupting an entire class or maybe even 3 or 4 classes. And we know our students get attached to their teachers, and that's an important element to the process as well.
And I was
and
gonna
just
ask,
from-
building on, I'm sorry, can I build on that real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
That makes me think about I think Ms. Henson is the one that has commented about how many math teacher graduates did USC have last year?
This year we have more.
4?
But no, we have more this
More,
year, but
okay.
3.
3 last year. 3 our flagship university graduated 3 math teachers last year. And so I think some of our high school class sizes are a function of there aren't enough math teachers, or there are not enough of those high school level course teachers available. And so we kind of have to shift and assign students to a class based on that. But I mean, 3 math teacher graduates for basically all the schools in the Midlands. I mean, we have 3 math teacher vacancies at River Bluff. And so
We have 7 this year.
7 this year. So, I mean, that's double, but there is an incredible teacher shortage, and I think that it impacts our ability to stay as close to those class sizes as we would like, especially at the high school level.
Absolutely.
And I was just going to give a kind of a perspective too, is as we go about developing a budget, we do our enrollment projections, and those are done by school, by grade level. And so we take those numbers and like Ms. Price will start with like 21 at first grade. And if we say there's going to be, 100 first grade students, then, we use that 21 to calculate how many FTE that school will get. And so that kind of generates the number of FTE that we add. And so that 21, it becomes a multiplier for us, and that's how we build the budget, is based off of those numbers. So when we say the ratios haven't increased, that's because we haven't changed that target number. You would be surprised at how significant the budget would change if you just put another pupil in a classroom. It makes a big difference to the overall budget, especially like at elementary level. We have a lot of kids, you spread that across. So keeping those ratios where they are matters. And obviously, to your point, it's a very important recruitment retention tool. Another one that we heard a lot about in our work with teachers this year is behavior management and classroom management. And that's why you see some of the support specialist behavior focused positions in there as well.
Okay, that was one of my questions as well. So I saw 5 in there. Is that because we have some of the other schools? Will this put them just?
No, ma'am, this is a start. Mary, you want to weigh in on that?
Sure. Our first focus with those would be 1 per feeder pattern, and beginning with support in elementary schools, especially for those students who we're seeing the most extreme behaviors with. Once we feel like we have that support in place, these folks would work together to build systems and structures and toolboxes to look at more classroom level, school-wide support. But our first really focus would be on understanding and supporting teachers and those students who we're seeing the most extreme behaviors with. In general education, we have a good amount of behavior support already in place in special education.
Okay. So I know I get that all the time, is we need help with behavior, we need interventionists. And I know even on here, I think I saw interventionist somewhere, but those got pulled a lot for subbing. And I know our kids lost a lot of valuable intervention time. So is there a reason that we couldn't have more than 5? Is there a shortage in that profession, or do we just put 5 in there just to kind of start off?
More than 5 in behavior.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I think it was a way to get us started, and understanding realistically how many people we're going to be able to potentially find in that support role too.
Okay. I know I don't have a note for interventionists, but I remember thinking about that when I was going back through there, so.
For regular, like
Right.
academic interventionist,
Yes.
we have spent this year working on a formula for elementary so that we can be consistent across our schools and have service flexibility and hopefully serve more students in the upper grade levels, which some of our schools aren't currently able to do, provide push-in and pull-out services, serve in reading and math, and have specialized programs like reading recovery. So we looked at places where we're able to do that and use that to build a formula, and that's why you see the addition of academic interventionists.
Okay, that's great, yes.
And also the middle school interventionists, you want to speak to that?
Sure. So middle school interventionists before this year were allocated in the embedded allocation, and we've pulled those out so that each school will have one interventionist, and some will be able to provide additional intervention support in their other allocation, but this is above and beyond that allocation. And we're also working with them and doing some creative scheduling to see what they need beyond that one, that we could fill in the gaps with some money that's already been allocated in ESSER.
Okay.
And I think to that point, Ms. Garris, we would like to, move ahead with those as quickly as possible. We do realize those are probably going to be teachers because those are the people that have the skill sets to do that work. So as we post those intervention positions, we also realize that's going to pull from our teaching positions. And so, we want to be really proactive about that.
Okay. Thank you. So I had mentioned as part of my priorities, paying teacher their hourly rate when they cover classes. Was there any discussion about that?
We have had some discussion about that, but we haven't included that at this point.
Okay. I'd like for the board to consider that. I know, I don't have my notes from last month, but when teachers cover other teachers' classes, they're making sub-pay, which is, not a whole lot. Instead of their hourly rate, they're just being paid the sub's hourly rate. And so, Mr. Salters, you may know the answer to this. What's the status of the bill to have unencumbered planning time? Because I know that may have needed to be included if we needed staff.
I don't have a current update on that. I'll have to get some more information.
Okay.
I haven't heard it talked about
Yeah, I haven't
recently. So it hasn't come up in our budget discussions with the legislators.
Okay. And the preferred devices for the instructional assistants, I brought that up last month. I know the devices that's
I'm going to
probably
defer to Dr. Rivers on that one.
Yeah.
Can you clarify that for me, Ms.?
Yes. So I know that a couple years ago, the instructional assistants got new devices, and they may have gotten iPads, but they're not compatible with what the teachers are using in the classrooms. So as part of the Support Staff Advisory Council minutes, they had requested compatible devices.
Okay, that's something that we can look into in the IT budget to see what we can accommodate for next year, but we will look into that.
Okay. Also, I had mentioned last month, new cameras at the schools, so I'll let y'all look into that as well. I think that that'll do it for me.
All right. Anyone else?
Thank y'all.
Yeah, for 3 years, I've kind of put y'all on the spot and asked you, what does our budget say about Lexington One? Because the numbers and the commas and everything up there, they're just that. And so I'm going to change it up this year a little bit, and I'm going to tell you what it tells me. And so we're looking at a 3.5% increase in our budget from 2021 to 2022. I went through and I looked at the percentage either increase or decrease in a program or a three-line item for us. So, for example, we have kindergarten down as account 111. So this account sees a 17% increase from year over year. That's 14%, well, 13 and a half. I have to do my math there. Take me a minute. Unemotionally. That's why I like numbers. 13.5% increase. I mean, as you look at the budget, and I never like to say there are winners and there are losers that are in a budget, but the focus of this budget seems to be significant double-digit increases on early education, kindergarten, primary, Double-digit increase on career and technology education. Significant double-digit increases on special services, so for learning disabled, emotionally handicapped, coordinated early intervening services, and these are not $500,000 accounts. These are $4.5 million accounts. I mean, these are very large accounts. Preschool disabilities. And obviously there are, they're kind of across the board. Autism increase of 9.3%. So really when I sit back and I look at the lay of the land and what Lexington One, not just the finance team, but everybody in Lexington One who's contributed, really the take-home message here is a focus on early education, a focus on special services, a focus on career and technology. And really, I think that very well aligns with culturally where we're at as a state. I think what we have learned with the importance of 3K, 4K education, you're seeing so much more discussion about this and just the impact it has down the road. So, just commend, the entire team of Lexington One for putting together a budget that really focuses on those areas. It's very telling when you look at the percentages. The numbers tell us, the 650,000, that tells a story, but the percentages tell a real story. So just commend you for putting that together and just for the direction that Lexington One's headed right now. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Guyton. And I would just comment that our staff, our finance team is back here. I call them out every year, but we're very blessed and fortunate to have such a strong team in our system, and they do an outstanding job working through this. Great observations that you made there. And I would say that obviously special education is always a focus in our district and has been for a number of years, and I think we have a strong reputation for that. One of the things that I would highlight, and Ms. Gaskins will tell you this because she's told it to me a number of times, the early intervention, early childhood piece that we're focused on, really, we've got students who haven't been in school. Some of our youngest children haven't really been in school for very long, and they've missed a lot of face-to-face interaction, and there's some catch-up that needs to occur there. And so I think that's where the focus has been, and as part of this budget, the very intentional support for elementary, middle school children to bridge that gap. So we appreciate your recognition of that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Salters. And board, as you know, this was their first reading, so if you have any additional comments as you peruse it over the next month, please feel free to send those to Mr. Salters. And everyone here, we're going to go through this presentation twice more, so be sure to come back for it. And on that note, I'll hand it off to Dr. Little.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. As you can tell, because of that heavy lift we did there, I will certainly keep my comments short. First of all, I also want to echo thank you to the finance team. I don't see where they're sitting. They're sitting in the back. Thank you again for all of your work, for making it happen. I really feel like this is probably the most advanced our budget has been during a first reading, and it's in large part because of your hard work and effort, and we are greatly appreciative of that. And Mr. Salters, I want to thank you as well. That's a really great effort here for a first reading. Also, I would like to remind everybody that tomorrow is Administrative Professionals Day. Normally, your administrative professional would remind you that it's Administrative Professional Day. So if you need to hurry up and take care of that tomorrow, you can. Thankfully, I've already done so, and I'd like to thank Tracy Halliday for her work, and she is right over here in the back. She's been an incredible asset to this district and to this board and to me personally, and I'm greatly appreciative. So thank you, Tracy. That's not your present. There's an actual present coming for you. And then finally, I'd like to add, I had an incredible night last night, maybe one of the greatest honors that have ever been bestowed upon me, and I do not say that lightly. Last night, I was made an honorary member of the Pillion FFA. And I was adopted into their chapter, They do not give you a jacket. I have tried to get one of those sweet blue jackets for my entire career, and you just can't get them. If you're not in it in high school, you don't get it. But I'm so thankful for the Pillion FFA members. They're incredible leaders at their school, and really holistically as a district. Let me say this: if you have a child that is going to high school or is in high school, I would absolutely encourage you to have them look up the career and technical education student organizations. And I don't want to, well, I'll list a couple, but this is not an exhaustive list, but it's like DECA and FBLA, the HOSA group, FFA, all of these, the Skills USA, all of these organizations, they work on the soft skills, presentation skills, interview skills. I mean, you have to do entrepreneurialism. I mean, this whole thing has been absolutely fantastic. So I would advise you, if you have a child in high school or going to high school, make sure they get involved in one of those student organizations. It will absolutely change their lives. It's incredible work. So thank you again to the folks down in Pillion for inducting me in their FFA program. So I'm very excited about that. And with that being said, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Gaskins. I believe she's going to introduce to us a ESSER in action video.
I am indeed. So Josh, this is your cue. Last month, Ms. Bizard shared with you that instead of telling you how we're going to spend our ESSER dollars or how we're spending them, we're going to show you those dollars in action and how they're truly impacting students. And so each month, we're going to highlight one of the programs that's being implemented with those dollars. So tonight, you're going to see virtual high-dosage middle school math tutoring.
Signition is a tutoring program that we offer to students on a needs-based scenario. So we have students who sometimes have learning gaps that we are able to identify in our classroom. So instead of me trying to do all of this in a classroom setting in a group of 30 kids, which can be incredibly difficult, these students are able to go to Signition tutoring during some of their connections classes, and they are able to get individualized instruction from a tutor.
Anytime you can give students more confidence walking into a math class, you've done extraordinary work. We find that is probably the #1 factor that's keeping them away from success in mathematics. They're simply not confident. Coming out of the pandemic, we have more students than usual walking into math classes, not feeling confident about math. The Signition tutors are doing a fantastic job. The students are experiencing success, and because they are, the teachers throughout the building are better able to serve them.
Without this funding, some of these students would never have these opportunities. And so this is their shot to better their learning and better their knowledge base in order to be successful later on in life. These programs are put into place for kids who truly need it, and it's truly going to benefit them long term.
We've identified students that really want to be helped, and we've found a way to help them. So ESSER funds have been instrumental in that, and we would hope to be able to expand these types of services throughout the school in order to keep, stay on track.
So we have about 40 students who are receiving Tier 2 or Tier 3 interventions in each of our middle schools with a 4-to-1 high-dosage tutoring model where they're not only focusing on the math, but also the conversation skills with their peers and their tutor to really get at those process skills in math also. So, and we're seeing a lot of success, and anecdotally, one thing we're hearing is the increasing confidence, which you heard Dr. Cockfield talk about, and really the mindset around success in mathematics.
All right, thank you very much, Mary. Mr. Warren.
Well, good evening, Dr. Little, Madam Chair, members of the board. Excited to be here for another month, another time to provide some updates on our facility improvements across the district, continue to occur, and look forward to showing you some more progress. First up, Gilbert Middle School. You see the addition is getting closer to completion for being online for next school year, a 4-classroom addition. You see here the site is beginning to stabilize. A lot of the heavy equipment has gotten out of there, which is always a good sign. It shows you're drawing near the end of a project. You see here the ramp is completed for access through the back of this classroom addition. Also, the brushed aluminum railing is installed. And so, you know, once again, we're getting very close here and look forward to seeing students and staff in that addition starting in August. Moving inside, you see the ceiling grids installed. Once again, still working through lead times with windows. We feel very confident we'll get those in soon and be able to complete this project. And you know, conduits installed for you know, electrical and for lighting installed to happen very soon, along with ceiling tile. Also, through this addition, we have 2 group restrooms. You see the tile here is installed in the restroom along with fixtures. Before long, you'll see ceiling tile, and obviously partitions will be in there for those 2 group restrooms as part of this 4-classroom addition. Moving down the street, Gilbert High School, athletic, performing arts addition. Entryway and foyer really taking shape. You see we're only cap sheet away on the top of the Performing Arts Center there for that to be completed for the roofing work. Moving inside the foyer, you know, once again, progress is occurring there. Looking out towards the student parking lot here. 2 Notch Road is out here to provide you some orientation. Off to the right, you see the access here to the connecting canopy, which will lead you to the existing building. Now moving inside the weight room addition, you see ceiling and walls are painted here. Equipment installation, believe it or not, will begin happening next month. We're just working through that with our contractor this week, scheduling flooring install and weight equipment install to have that online for the students for next year. Off to the right here, you see, barely, but those are where the roll-up doors will be, where they can go outside, continue their athletic activity outdoors. That's been a big push, you know, from our coaching staffs with these weight room additions at Pillion and also here at Gilbert, to provide that easy access to go outdoors and do, you know, different types of exercises, you know, inside and outside of the weight room. Moving to the auditorium, you see, you know, from last month, we didn't have all the roof decking on, but now it is. You see the roof, all the bar joists and roof decking are on. Looking down here from the back of the house towards the front and the stage area, you see we have, you know, metal studs are installed along the walls for panel installation around the side and also around the stage area. We'll have, you know, wood installed there, you know, at the conclusion of the project. Corona Springs Middle School, a 6-classroom addition and also a nice storage building, turned out very well. School is very excited about this. Anytime we provide storage, you know, for our schools, they like that. And so look forward to being able to remove some of the connexes on site there and provide them you know, a more secure building for equipment and other items. This addition is very close. Egress doors here are installed. You see the pathway leading out of one of the 2 classrooms addition. You know, once again, remind you, we did 6 classrooms at Corona Springs Middle School. We did 2 classrooms off of 3 academic corridors to provide more capacity for the school moving forward. Here's a photo of the additional boys and girls restroom, individual restrooms that were completed at, you know, in each of these 2 classroom additions. So it was actually 6 more restrooms as well as 6 more classrooms. You see the tiles installed there, you know, very much complete. Now we're moving to our new transportation facility project. Has seen some really good progress this last month. You see, I'll show you here, footings are installed, you know, for the main building, and soon back here for the shop area, you'll see footings installed there. Curb islands have been installed for the staff and visitor parking area. You'll also see parking islands out here in the front here very soon. The banks around the exterior of the site have been stabilized. And, we look forward to seeing much more progress here in the months to come. Closer photo here of the rear of the site where the bus parking will be. Final grade is being completed there. And also, like I said before, you see a better shot here of stabilization of the banks and run along I-20 back here. Additional photo here of the building site and staff. Right, the building site is right here. You see, once again, the footings have been installed. This will be the main office transportation building. Off the back here will be the shop area for buses, for washing, for service, for those types of things. And then parking area over here for staff and visitors, and also we'll have parking out here. White Knoll High School project, moving to our Performing Arts Center there, passed its final inspection over spring break. We're very excited to get that, get that behind us. Now working through some punch list items. Here you see a view of the completed project from the front. You see the entryway stairs leading up to the PAC. Also the completed bus loop. We had to reorient the bus loop a little bit with this addition, and that's been completed with that resurfacing work. Interior shot here, the new dance room. Bars have been installed, sound panels installed. Also, kind of see the sound system here in the mirror in the back corner of the room. Staff very excited about that, to be able to play music and practice in that space. Completed auditorium is here. Lights are on, ready for action. Gorgeous space. It will be a showpiece, no doubt, in the White Knoll community for years to come. So very thrilled. Actually, if you didn't know, I began my career at White Knoll High School back in 2003, so I'm especially excited to see this come to life. Last project this evening that I wanted to provide an update on, Lakeside Middle School. Once again, just like White Knoll, final inspections for the building portion have occurred, and we have passed. Interior of the building has been complete for a while now, but I did want to provide some photos of the site to show the completed bus access drive off of Old Cherokee Road. This is where the buses will come in, and then around here to the bus canopy here. Also, I believe this was done last month as well, but just to show you once again, the parking lot here in the back for staff is completed. And then we'll also show some other photos here. This is looking at the school from Old Cherokee. You see the front parking is complete. Striping is done. Also, this is new from last month. This is additional parking here that has been paved and striped as of now. You see a shot here of the parent access drive, parent loop coming in off of Old Cherokee, and that's where the drop will be, and parents will exit the same drive to leave the site after they drop their students off. So once again, we right now really the focus at Lakeside is the track area, which is, I was out there today and starting to get that work done to pave that track and also complete the athletic field for the school. Also, this is their storage building here that they'll use for athletic storage and also restroom access. I did want to include a few photos of the recently installed furniture at Lakeside. Once again, we're really rolling here with getting furniture installed, equipment, making sure that school is ready. Once we start this move with staff, their classrooms will be pretty much set up and ready. And that's a very exciting, part of this project here is how we've been able to prepare for that. This is one of the two art rooms. Tables and chairs are here, ready for staff and students. They could have art class tomorrow in this space. The last two photos I want to show you, this is on the left. You see a typical classroom. This is our future-ready furniture setup that we've done in our new schools, and also where we have done our retrofit furniture at the middle schools and high schools. That has been installed. On the left, on the right here is actually the principal's office. Mr. Calhoun, this is his space. Desk installed, chairs are there, tables there, ready for him to occupy. As always, you can keep track of our progress on our building plan website.
I have a question. I know we got an email from the citizens of Palmetto Hall. Has anyone met with them yet?
We are going to.
You're going to? Okay. Also, at Pillion High School, I had sent this email in as well. The CTE and fine arts classes don't have new furniture. Do you know when they'll get that?
We are working with them to identify, that space. There was some furniture there that we've, replaced, and also some furniture that was recently replaced. So we're working with them to identify those needs and, see what we can do to help.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Madam Chair, this is my report.
Thank you very much. All right, we are moving on to item 11.0, which is citizens' participation. Lexington County School District 1's Board of Trustees solicits the advice and counsel of its citizens. To encourage this participation, the board provides a citizens' participation period during board meetings. In order to speak, you must be the parent, legal guardian of a student currently attending a Lexington District 1 school, a taxpayer residing in the Lexington District 1 attendance area, an employee of the district, or a student currently attending a Lexington District 1 school. You may comment on agenda items, school operations, policies, or programs. You may not speak about or name specific individuals, whether students or staff. Failure to follow this rule will result in immediate loss of the opportunity to speak. We want to remind you that this meeting is being live streamed and that the recording of this meeting will be part of the public record in perpetuity. We want to give everyone who came tonight an opportunity to speak, and in order to do that, I will call on each speaker by name and ask you to approach the lectern at the back of the room. The board will not reply to your remarks nor take any action during the board meeting in response to your comments or questions. You may address the board for up to 3 minutes. If you have any handouts you would like the board to receive, please give them to Ms. Halliday in the back of the room, and she will distribute them. Please do not clap or make any comments either while an individual speaks or after he or she finishes. As you came in tonight, you received a card to fill out if you indicated you wanted to speak. The card asks for your name, address, and other information. However, I will only read out your name and the town that you reside in. If you're unable to attend this evening or are uncomfortable addressing the board in person, you may reach out to the board by email, telephone, or mail, and our contact information is available on the District 1 website. And I did want to, if you didn't hear it earlier or you haven't seen the announcement, we are no longer pursuing the River Bluff Elementary proposed site. And so if that's why you're wanting to speak, if you want to just stand up there and compliment us, that would be great. So, all right, our first speaker is Ms. Debbie Heim. Okay, Ms. Heim, all right. Our next speaker is Ms. Cynthia Pace, and she wants to speak about the new Coral Mill site.
Well, it's changed a little bit. We appreciate you doing that, but I'm speaking today with you about our grassroots group. We're community members, we're parents, we're taxpayers, we're business owners, and we're very concerned about any new elementary school, wherever it may be. We're wearing green tonight to show support. There are a lot of people that couldn't be here tonight, but we understand while you have voted to rescind this Corley Mill location option, there will be other sites and concerns about any land deals that y'all enter into or consider. On several occasions, it's been stated that the main function of the school board is a high-level governance. The International Bureau of Education states that the governance represents the norms, values, and rules of the game through which public affairs are managed in a manner that is transparent, participatory, inclusive, and responsive. Nothing about the proposed location or possibly a future location of a new elementary school site has been transparent, participatory, inclusive, or responsive. The community parents, taxpayers, and business owners in Lexington 1 represented here, we implore this board to take action. Please involve the very people whom you sit up there to represent in this decision moving forward. We, the community, know what's best for us as a community. You were elected to hear us and take our desires and needs forward, not the desires and needs of the district administration. You are all supposed to serve the community, period. We do not feel heard by the board. Some of you have not responded to emails sent to you by community members. And when I emailed a board member recently about the previously proposed site, I was sharing my concerns, pointing to the challenges that were created with the Palmetto Hall neighborhood, which is next to Lake Murray or Lakeside Middle. The board member's response was, at the very least, dismissive. The board member's response to my email was, "Your mind seems to be made up. I wish you well." This is neither participatory nor responsive. We will forward the board a copy of this full chain. We stand here today asking all of you for the following as it relates to the new school location. Number one, we will formally extend an invitation to all board members to attend a public forum organized by the community. We respectfully ask that each of you attend so that you can not only address the community's concerns, but so that you can hear them. We want you to hear them out, take your points into consideration before another location is chosen. We will be asking for a meeting with the district administration that involves all HOAs and landowners in the area, not just a few members. This should also be open to the public. Number three, we would like due diligence documents released to the public without having to incur financial. Can I continue or I'll pass it on?
Thank you, Ms. Pace. Next, we have Dan Drozd, who wants to speak about the proposed school site on Corley Mill Road.
Thank you. I'm going to finish what Cynthia was saying. Says we would like all due diligent documents released to the public without having to incur financial charges to receive this information. We will follow up with an email directly to the board outlining these requests and would like to receive information before May 17th. We'd like to thank you in advance for your commitment to involving us in the decisions moving forward. That's to finish what Cynthia Pace had done representing the community of that area. And I would like to also add that I'm very glad that the decision for the Corley Mill site was decided to not pursue that. When it comes to school placement, again, being any location, the consideration of the community character needs to be considered. There's an example that I will personally give, that Corley Mill Road, with the placement of that high school, devastated the character of that area. So any school in that area would then be something that would not be wrong. And that had very little community participation at the time. There needs to be a balance restored between the community's needs and the school's needs. Up here on your board, you talk about shared values. The two-way communication is very important, which again, this community doesn't feel that was done. But how and where schools need to be built needs to fundamentally change, especially with the growth of this area, which I know you all know. This area is growing by leaps and bounds. So again, where a school is built and how a school is built. Multi-story buildings need to be considered. The acreage needed needs to be considered. And again, definitely not on two-lane country roads. And again, that goes back to Lakeside. I mean, the destruction of Cherokee Road, that section, the scenic beauty of it, it's just been destroyed. So again, it talks about here future growth on your board of values. It talks about school and community resources. All of those things need to be considered when talking about the placements of a school, especially in a district that is so rapidly growing. One example I can give from my past, Irmo High School, my oldest brother, it was one story. My middle brother, they built a second story on it while school was in session. When I went there, it was a two-story school. All that took place during the school year. So those kind of fundamental actions or thinking need to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. William Booth, who wants to speak about the new elementary school.
Madam Chairperson, Trustees, I'm again Bill Booth. I live in Cleckley Colony Subdivision, which is, of course, very close to where this school is going to be built. I would like to compliment the staff. We appointed a committee, our HOA put together 3 or 4 people. We reached out to the staff. They were very responsive, met with us. In fact, we were going to meet tomorrow morning at River Bluff, and of course, we canceled that now to gain information about what was going to be done. And again, I'm very complimentary, personally knowing that the staff allowed us to reach out to them. So we did that right away at the beginning so we could have lines of communication. And again, I'm very complimentary of the staff. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Daisy Snyder, I hope I'm reading that correctly, wants to speak about the proposed River Bluff Elementary School site.
It is Daisy Snyder. First of all, thank you again. I think most of us will thank you for rescinding the original authorization for that property. For any future site, obviously our greatest concern, or my greatest concern, is traffic. At this point in time, there are so many cars that drive along Corley Mill every single day during the school year particularly. It is a safety hazard. We have a bridge that is very, very old and cannot support that many cars. And if any emergency were to occur, I don't know how an ambulance could get to anyone at this point in time. So adding an additional school and additional traffic to that very narrow road is not feasible at this time. So were you guys to consider placing another school in this area, please consider a road that has the infrastructure to support that kind of school. Corley Mill cannot do it at this time. Would also like to ask that the board consider the total cost for the school. From what I understand, originally the new school was going to require substantial work for adding additional infrastructure around that intersection, for sewage, for lines, et cetera. And on top of that, you were buying what was Riverside property of Corley Mill. So as a taxpayer, I don't want to pay maximum dollar if I can avoid that. So I would ask that you please consider the total cost for the school. And finally, as many people have mentioned, transparency. It was really a shock to see on Facebook, surprise, you've got a school coming in next door. None of us knew that that was happening. We would really appreciate some type of forward communication, because it wasn't coming from the school board that we received that. We received it from another neighbor who heard it from another neighbor who heard it from a hairdresser or what have you. It was not coming from the school board. So those are my 3 points. Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Catherine Reynolds, and she wants to speak about policies.
Okay, first, I'm so excited to see taxpayers here. You know, I'm a taxpayer. I'm no longer a parent of Lexington One. Pulled my kids, and I'm homeschooling now. But it is so nice to see the community coming here and being involved, and it really makes me excited because that not only whenever 2020 happened opened my eyes as a parent and as a caregiver to the district, but now we have other taxpayers that are involved in here, and it's really exciting. I'm look forward to many, more times and getting to know all of you guys. Because I have followed trends on Facebook and stuff like that about happenings in Lexington, happening in Red Bank, happening at that, a lot of what I have noticed is bullying is still an issue. And I think where your guys' issue is within the policy itself. The way that is defined in the policies, you have to have a certain amount of number of criteria to even have it considered bullying, and that shouldn't be the case. Because there can be those little tiny loopholes that these kids can get through, that these administration can get through. And then that is not okay, because bullying should never be allowed. Bullying is a major issue that everyone, so many people are putting in blindside to. Parents, go to your teachers, go to the administration, go to the board. They need to hear it. We need to get loud. Only people that I get to hear, unfortunately, is through the community. y'all need to get loud and take care of that, because it's not going to be about bullying. What happens when those children get tired of bullying? Those children are going to start to get violence. Those children are going to have issues with mental depression. I'm trying to avoid certain words and stuff like that. But there's serious consequences to bullying, and that needs to stop. That needs to be taken care of instead of putting a blind eye. These children are saying, it's okay, he was just picking on you. That's not okay. And then also, there's communication. And I think a lot of the taxpayers here found out communication is not what you guys claim it is. Something needs to be done about that. I would love an open forum. I love the fact that we're inviting you guys to go through these meetings, and you guys should be coming, because that's what's most important. And second, last thing is, congratulations on the new job.
Next, we have Ms. Marshinda Batson, and she would like to speak about the proposed new site.
Good evening. Lovely to see you all. Thank you first of all, for all your time and energy. It is amazing to watch what you do. I mean, it takes quite a lot of your time. First of all, we don't know why you've rescinded the offer, but we hope that perhaps it's a little bit of public opinion, because while we all live here, we all know you want the best for children in the community, and there has to be a balance between the school district, the county, and the residents. Population goes up and down, and because you've done such a good job in our school district, everybody wants to live in Lexington One. But perhaps that's not always the best thing, because, you know, and I'm sure the Cleckley Colony will certainly go to housing. There'll be more houses, and there'll still be more traffic. So I would concentrate and suggest that everyone go to the county council meetings to kind of stop a little bit of this growth, because nobody wants to live in a congested area where you can't get to work or to school. And we all have been in that traffic on Corley Mill Road, sitting there for 45 minutes trying to get our kids to school. Everybody's irritable, except for the kids. They're quite happy to be late. But mom is quite upset because of the traffic. So we appreciate your time, and we appreciate, if it was because of public opinion, that you considered the public opinion. Thank you.
To speak about the proposed River Bluff Elementary site.
Good evening. I am Adriana Cleckley McCullough, and I just wanted to take a moment on behalf of the Cleckley family and the majority that opposed this site due to our family reunion grounds being at the site of the proposed school. We have been there since 1750, and we greatly thank you guys for rescinding this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Teresa Ellisor, and she wants to speak about growth and the proposed elementary site.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Little, and district office chief officers and staff. I come to you tonight as a concerned citizen that has grown up off Old Cherokee Road and has witnessed the out-of-control growth firsthand and what it has done to our infrastructure, our schools, public safety, and roads, as well as what the new middle school has done to that scenic road. I'm very concerned over the proposed locations being chosen for new schools, specifically for the new middle school currently being built on Old Cherokee Road, and the two-lane scenic level it is a two-lane scenic level restricted street classification, now consideration of sites for the River Bluff area school. As you are aware, the Lexington One attendance area has experienced growth like we have never seen before in the past 10 to 15 years. And with each passing year, it seems more and more we are flocking to this area because of location, the lake, and most of all, the excellent schools. To say that we've been drinking out of a fire hydrant with the rapid growth and development is a big understatement, and it's truly taking a toll on our infrastructure. Several months ago, it was brought to my attention that the county residential zoning ordinances for subdivisions had not been updated since 1987, except in 2008 during the recession and the housing crisis when the county loosened them. Developers, many whom are not national level and don't even live here in our county but seem to have a lot of influence, have been allowed to build up to 12 homes per acre, 10 feet apart, 20 feet from the road, clear-cut the land, to name a few things that we have all experienced. The good news I have to share tonight, as many citizens may not be aware of, is there's been a big changeover at the Lexington County Council members in the past few years. We now have several excellent county council members that have been able to gain leverage and make some long overdue changes so that our infrastructure does not crumble. Our county council put into place a 6-month building moratorium back in June. During that time, they worked through new residential ordinances that are now in place as of December to allow developments of 10 homes or more to build up to 4 homes per acre, 20 feet apart, 30 feet from the road. Developers will have to submit a tree inventory and keep 25% of the trophy trees. Please do keep in mind that roughly 7,500 countywide were in the pipeline and are still to be built. It will take some time, but relief is coming. So to slow the growth and to have more responsible and reasonable level to help our infrastructure. Board, our elected body, whom we entrust to be good stewards in making the hard decisions, I ask you to be bold and do the same thing for citizens that several of our county council members have done. Take time to step back, take a close look in consideration of the River Bluff area school, and ask needed questions before moving forward in the process. Last month, I watched the meeting and there was not one question from a board member after the presentation, which was very concerning to me. Because of our growth, please consider putting schools on 4-lane roads like Beechwood and Centerville are, built rather than 2-lane roads so it can better handle the traffic and wear and tear on the road. Listen and consider solutions that citizens have to share and listen to and respond to their emails and phone calls. This is all of our community and we are called to be good stewards of what we have been given by God.
Thank you.
Let's work together to make the best decisions for our district in regards to school sites. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have John McKenzie, and he wants to speak about the current condition of Corley Mill Road.
Good evening, school board members and everyone. Just going to make this very, very quick. Thank you, one, for very much reconsidering the building of the elementary school on Corley Mill Road. I'm not sure what your reasonings are. I've got my own reasonings on why I thought it was not the best idea, but as it says on that card, my greatest concern was the infrastructure. I live off of Corley Mill Road on Mill Stream, and in my opinion, Corley Mill Road is just crumbling. And as it was pointed out, a very good point about emergency services trying to get to the new high school there, which is obviously not going to be placed there, but wherever in the district of Lexington, I think that's a great concern. But once again, thank you very much for your positive decision to rescind, and those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And last, we have Mr. Murray Keinert, who wants to speak about our district.
So I want to begin by saying, you know, bullying doesn't stop when we're 16, 17 years old. Bullying continues when we're adults. Dr. Little, thank you for being the right person at the right place at the right time. Thank you for your love of education. Thank you for your love of children. Thank you for giving us 6 wonderful years. Tonight, I want to reflect back about 50 years ago when a secret got out. And that secret has caused consequences, and we've heard those tonight. Some view those things as negatives. Some view them as positives. People would argue property values have exploded. These aren't recent problems, though. There are a lot of 2-lane roads in Lexington that have been impacted by the growth. Corley Mill Road is a beautiful 2-lane road. So was Old Cherokee Road. New Providence was built about 15 to 20 years ago. It changed. Old Chapin Road was a beautiful 2-lane road. 11-year-old little boy right here used to ride his bicycle to get ice cream at Heights Dairy Bar. Imagine doing that today, letting an 11-year-old get on Old Chapin Road. Let me give you 3 other quiet 2-lane roads that used to exist. Some of you may have heard of them. Highway 6, Highway 1, Highway 378. It's changed. And you see, it changed because the secret got out. And that secret is we're the best. And thank you to everyone in this room, all the teachers, administrators in the school that have made us that way. See, people ask me, well, how do you know? Why do you know it's the best? We can talk about test scores. The fact that 3 out of our 5 public high schools rank in the top 40 of all true public high schools in SAT scores. We can talk about how in the last 3 years, out of 5,400 graduates, we've achieved $500 million in scholarships to those students. We want to celebrate things, let's celebrate things. But quite frankly, folks, none of those things are my measurements. My measurements are one of 4 things. A district is either shrinking, is staying the same, is growing, or in our case, is exploding. In 1985, less than 9,000 children attended Lexington School District One. We saw tonight from Mr. Salter's demonstration, 27,000 students in this district. I don't believe there's a soul in this room that can say that they're not here because we have the best schools in the state. Every one of us. Because we've moved here in the last 50 years. So to this board, I say, keep doing what you're doing. Keep electing and hiring people like Dr. Greg Little. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to item 12.0, which is new business. You weren't here when your name was called. But you were not here when your name was called. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Let's move on.
I'm sorry, Ms. Heim.
Also, the secret in Lexington and this county is the lake. It's called the lake. The schools are secondary. People move here for the lake. If we want to talk about scores, we can talk about our SC Ready math scores and how wonderful things have been happening under this superintendent. If you look back, you can go back. This is the 3rd through 8th grade testing math. It's pretty darn objective. You can go back and see that even our scores are lower than even they were before Little became superintendent. You look at the end of course exams for Algebra 1, those scores are also down substantially. It's all on the South Carolina Department of Education website. I like to talk about facts. I also really think that a school board should have open financials. It blows my mind how closed the financial books are in this district. Okay, dealing with the Comptroller General right now, who told you 4.5 years ago to post monthly credit card statements. I'm telling you as a board, you're still not compliant. You've gone back and posted 10, 11, 12 months. Oh, let's talk about some of the things that are in there. Before we get to that, the credit card statements are online. So there's no reason that these statements are not posted. They're online from your credit card bank. They're not here. Not even all the cards are posted. That's a serious violation of state law. It's been happening for years and years. And you know what people ask me in this community? Do you think somebody's stealing money? Do you think people are stealing public funds? And I don't know what to tell them other than Lexington One says we should trust them. They say, trust us. Everything is clean. If I was dealing in public funds, man, those books would be wide open and on the internet for everybody to see. That's the only right way to do it. Okay, I've seen split purchases on those credit cards. That's a problem. I've seen hotels with meals purchased on a card and gas and entertainment. That's a serious problem. I've seen vacation homes booked in the summer, and then several months later, they're refunded to the card. I wonder what that's about. This isn't hotels for student travels. This is VRBOs and Vacasa rentals that are happening. I've seen staff buy gas, some of them regularly. Maybe it's legitimate. I'm going to actually go out on a limb and say every single thing is legitimate, and there's a reason and excuse for it, and it's all valid, and there's proper receipts to back it up. I would love for that to be the truth. So I'm asking you, as a board, will you open the books and open the receipts and prove to the public that everything is clean and above board, that everybody's hands in this district are clean? There are very real concerns about the finances in this district. Your audits come back clean, but there's concerns about those too, about how those are chosen. And there's a lawsuit tomorrow at 1 o'clock about that. Thank you.
All right, we're moving on to new business. So we have item 12.1, which is recommendations from our ad hoc committee on B policy revisions, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Kyle Guyton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So before you today is our second grouping of policies coming out of the ad hoc committee for the B policies. Namely, I'll turn your attention to BBAA, the administrative rule following that, BC, BCA, and BCB. To give you an overview of where we are at, as we look at BBAA, coming out of committee were not significant changes from the draft received. Regarding the administrative rule is probably where you'll see the most change. So I'll bring your attention to a couple items. One was requesting the addition of items to board meeting agendas. Through this mechanism, it allows for board members to have a formal way in which to bring a agenda item for review that can then be acted on. Additionally, you will see requesting legal opinions, and so this again gives some formalization to how we go about requesting the formal opinions, and then as far as responses to the media, so on and so forth. Board member conduct was largely unchanged from the draft policy received, as well as the code of ethics. Let's see, what was the last one? And BCB, board member conflict of interest. Again, some of these things, I think it's important to point out employment and volunteering prohibited. It was the conversation and desire of the committee that board members should not be disallowed from participating as a volunteer, given that they are not providing a shall I say, some sort of direct conflict of interest regarding coaching your own sports team or so on and so forth. But if you want to participate in taking your child or a group of children as part of a volunteer experience to the zoo, for example, or something along those lines, by no means do we want any policy to stand in the way of a board member doing such. So again, these are our first reading. These are for your review and comment. And really, I think to speak to the process of this, one of the things we sort of internalized was that when we bring a first reading, prior it could kind of feel almost nebulous as to how we go about making the change for a second reading, if there is a change. And so later you'll see we took some of Ms. Green's input, some of Ms. Garris's input. We took that back, and at the beginning of our committee meeting, we addressed those specifically. And then we either make modifications to the policy that was requested for change, or we send it back to the full board for action upon second reading without change. Of course, as a part of any parliamentary process, you can go about recommending a change at the second reading for final vote. And if obviously, if seconded and then carried on by the board, it can be changed at that time as well. So there are multiple layers and levels that allow for the change to occur. But from a process perspective, I think it's important to note that any concerns or questions are being heard by the committee. They are being deliberated, and then they are being brought back either with or without modification. So the same could occur for tonight for the first 4 policies, and I should say the second grouping, first 4 policies on your agenda. And of course, any questions or concerns can also be directed to one of the members specifically as well. I'll entertain any questions, or the committee itself will. Thank you.
So I just have some items. On BBAAR, under requesting information, there are 2 Attorney General opinions regarding this. It says in here, if the information sought by individual board members is not readily available without an amount of staff effort that the superintendent deems significant, board members will be asked to obtain the approval of a majority of the board. So you may want to consider adding these 2 as legal references, because the superintendent cannot deny board members information even with a majority vote of the school board. On its face, this policy does not conflict with statute, but if board approval is not obtained and the information is withheld, then that is a violation of statute.
Do you have the citations for those that you can send me? You can just send them.
Yeah, I sent them to you, but it was months and months ago when the ad hoc committee was first formed.
Okay,
So,
okay.
yeah.
I'll get back to my notes on that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. I know this talks about legal advice here. What defines a formal opinion under requesting legal opinions? And I haven't had a chance to finish watching, and I skipped around that ad hoc committee, so y'all may have discussed some of this in there.
So formal opinion is going to be one in which we are, or excuse me, I shouldn't say we, I should say any board member really has a question regarding anything that requires board business, anything that is unclear to the board member. This would allow for that board member to bring it to the full board, which of course there may be other members on the board who may have the very same question. Now, obviously, as we talked about earlier tonight regarding Director of Legal Services, maybe some of those questions can be answered in-house, in which that case, that would be an informal opinion, which could then be potentially carried out by the Director of Legal Services to request that formal opinion. And so it's really more of a mechanism to best way to say it, to be good stewards, that you're not going to an attorney, I'm going to an attorney, and Brent's going to an attorney, and we're all asking the same question, you know, and obviously spending educational dollars. And so we need a mechanism by which we can request a formal opinion.
Well, and I have a question about that, because like as board chair, like for example, last week when the superintendent's resignation was announced, I had to make a number of phone calls to our attorneys to ask procedural questions and what do I do next? Would I have to take all those to the board for approval? I think that there needs to be some leeway for the board chair just in the course of the duties that they oversee that are articulated in policy elsewhere, that the board chair needs some flexibility just in the course of performing their duties to and I'm not talking about legal opinions, but I'm talking about just quick advice, an answer to a question, a little bit of direction, things like that. So I think I would ask that, you know, maybe just, and not necessarily for me, but for future board chairs, I don't want to restrict their ability to do their job effectively and well, and the way it needs to be done.
I think we talked about that. We've talked about so much stuff. But correct me if I'm wrong, Kyle, did we say something regarding like formal legal opinions versus like what I think you're talking about is you needed to call, you needed to talk to somebody, you didn't want like this formal written legal opinion. I think there was a difference there.
Again, and two, it kind of goes back to this nebulous sort of nature of where we live right now. with the idea in mind of Director of Legal Services, what that entails, so on and so forth. And so it really is, the desire of the committee was if there were dollars to be spent. So when a question was going to be asked, if there were dollars that were going to be spent, what is the process by which any board member can request a legal opinion? Now, I think to your point, I think there are sometimes in roles that we may find that we need some additional consideration for that. And so the hard part is how do you qualify and quantify that through policy? And obviously, you know, the committee exists at the discretion of the board. And so, you know, I think as a board, the proper way is to develop that idea and framework by which a board chair can operate and a board member can operate and stay within the confines of the desires of the board.
Well, and I would just add too, as you refer to the Director of Legal Services, one thing to keep in mind is any lawyer that works for the district is not, doesn't have a lawyer-client relationship. They are not our attorney.
Correct.
They are an in-house, they're a resource, but they are not our attorney. And so
Correct.
in the event that we need actual legal advice, we would need to go to our attorney, not, you know, we might be able to get informal or an interpretation or help with language or something like that. But there's a very definite distinction between those two different roles.
Absolutely. I mean, it's hard to advise the person you work for. I mean, ultimately that's, you know, so at some point a conflict of interest has to you have to give consideration to that. And so it's one thing is, you know, if we ask a very simple legal question that a first-year, you know, law student could answer versus something a little more technical that would require formal legal opinion. So, no, this is obviously, and again, any thoughts, concerns people have regarding specifically consideration for additional legal questions, you know, please.
And I'm sorry, one more comment on this is these policies in particular, I think the mindset needs to be that you are equipping, because this is more for future boards, not this
Right.
one. You are equipping future boards to do their jobs, not restricting them in their ability to do their jobs. And I think that's a very important distinction to make. So thank you for the work that y'all are doing. I know it's taken a lot of time.
And to speak to that, I really dislike how the board chair has more authority than other members when it comes to getting a legal opinion. Also, I think all opinions, advice, emails from the chair through attorneys, I think that should be required to be disseminated to all board members without a board vote. We should just get that information. And I think, first of all, that there should be a requirement that legal opinions are first requested through the School Boards Association if there's not a Director of Legal Services before contacting legal counsel, because we pay for their policy and legal services, and that is part of the deal. They give us legal advice.
Their opinions are advisory, but they are not, we could not use those in any sort of litigation. They're simply advisory. I mean,
Correct. I know.
You're right, they are a resource, but it would be like calling Kyle and saying, hey, I stubbed my toe, what should I do about it? Or you go to your actual doctor. I mean, he could give you some advice, but he's not your doctor. And so there's a little bit of a distinction with that. They certainly provide a resource to us, but their answers are always going to come with some disclaimer that it is an advisory opinion. So.
That's fine. I know one time advice was asked of Dave Duff, like, do we have to meet with citizens when a citizen had asked to meet with board members? Well, first of all, everybody should know the answer to that. But second of all, that was a question that the School Boards Association could have easily answered. So that's why I think all emails that flow through legal services, the full board should be copied on.
And two, I think, to your point, obviously, we want to seek opinion from where we can that is the least encumbering to dollars. And so obviously Attorney General opinions, obviously, which this board has done, as well as South Carolina School Board Association, and obviously any internal avenues we have through within the district are oftentimes desirable, but at times there may require a formal legal opinion. And really that's what we're trying to stress here is formal legal opinion. But again, as part of this conversation, the committee will take back and deliberate all of these considerations as part of the next meeting.
Thank you. BD.
Oh, and if I can stop you, if you stub your toe, please call Dr. Powers. BD, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Are we on BD?
No, we have not presented
BD is
that
in the second, in the action
And that's the-
items.
Yeah, okay. But I
thank-
do have.
No, we have not presented BD yet.
Yeah, that's just my notes for future reference. BC, board member conduct. Let's see, I did hear y'all talking about this. I got through that section. I really think there needs to be a way to remove officers from their position if needed. And I'll pass this on down the road because this is a neighboring school district. And at the end of their BC board member conduct policy, they have included a process for addressing board member violations.
And let me, so.
Dr. Guyton, can you, in the interest of time, can you take that addition and your committee consider it?
Correct. I was going to point out that we were actually in discussion about that as a part of policy BD and not policy BC.
Okay.
And so
I didn't get that far.
we did not bring that to the board because we are still seeking opinion regarding that with regard to a process. And so to your point, I reached back out to the South Carolina School Board Association to give some any language guidance that they may have, and so that would come a part of policy BD, not BC.
Okay, sounds great. Well, thank y'all for all of your hard work.
Ms. Garris, is that all?
That's all for those, yes.
Okay. All right, moving along to action items. Do I hear a motion that the board approve the recommendation of 12 field trip requests? I apologize, I skipped an item. I don't have anything in my notebook. I just wanted to let you know, as you are aware, with Dr. Little's announcement of his leaving us to take on another position, we will be undertaking a superintendent search. And so I'm gonna do we're gonna keep you apprised of that, and at every phase of the process, give you an update. Right now, there's not a whole lot to offer because the board just had an opportunity to talk about it together for the first time. But we will begin working in May on that right away, and we appreciate your support and help and prayers as we undertake that, because our superintendent position is extremely important for our district, and so we just want to make sure that we find the right person, and so this board has a big, tall task ahead of them. So thank you for that. All right, now I promise we will keep moving on. All right, do I hear a motion that the board approve the recommendation of 12 field trip requests?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve the recommendation of 12 field trip requests. The field trip requests were reviewed and are in compliance with board policy.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Is there any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Do I hear a motion that the board approve the state procurement code adoption as presented to the board?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve the state procurement code adoption as presented to the board.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Salters, would you like to talk with us about this for a moment?
Sure, Madam Chair. I had the presentation we did last month. I can breeze through that really quickly, but just wanted to remind you that the procurement code is required to be substantially similar to the state, as we talked about previously. We presented that to you for review and study. And the last code was updated in 2008 in our current code. And so upon approval this evening, our procurement team will begin working through the model code, coming up with the next steps in the in the process to set up the guidelines associated with implementing the code. The code would be taken to the state for approval, and we would hope to begin implementing the new code with the new fiscal year in July, based on the timeline that we worked through. So I'm happy to answer any questions related to the update.
Thank you. And Mr. Salters, I know last month during the first reading of this, you were asked to consider the option that the code gives us in the model language to either continue with the board being the appeals body or establishing a committee. And I know you've done some extensive research on that and talked to the State Procurement Office about what that would entail. Can you kind of elaborate on why your recommendation maintains that the board be the appeal body?
Yes, ma'am. We did look into that option, and the structure of that option requires a panel to be appointed, and a member of the board. The board chair would appoint one member. It's a 4-person panel. The vice chair would appoint a member. The superintendent would appoint a member, and the chief business official would also appoint a member. These members would be from the community. They would obviously have to have extensive knowledge of purchasing. It's a standing committee. It's not like an ad hoc situation. You would have to have these individuals appointed each year leading into the new fiscal year. So that would have to be a procedural process that would occur in June. We believe that might be a difficult thing to accomplish each year, identifying someone who's willing to give the time and expertise to serve on this panel should there be a procurement issue, because some of these protests could, we haven't had this situation, but it's happened in the past where some of these protests have occurred that have lasted weeks, go through that process. So it's it also, you as the board, when you're operating in your roles, you're protected under, insurance coverages and things that protect you in your role. We'd have to set up some separate insurance likely for coverage for these individuals, because there would be some liability associated with the decisions being made that are exposure to the district.
Would there be cost for that liability insurance for that committee?
Yes, ma'am. And so the biggest, I think the biggest challenge with it is that it has to be a standing committee, and you have to appoint these individuals every year. And so I'm just concerned about the ability to find individuals willing to serve in this role. And you have a board that has agreed to give of your time and dedication to the system already. So that's our recommendation at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salters. Do you know the cost for liability insurance?
I do not.
Okay. Also, I'm going to pass these down to the board because this is the Division of Procurement Services. This is the model code, and it's also on the last 2 pages, you'll see the district's code that they have given us. So I would like to mention, I know you said they have to be appointed every year, but according to the model procurement code, members may be reappointed to succeed themselves. The Division of Procurement Services recommends actually that members of the community who represent the professions and businesses affected by this code served on the procurement review panel. Lexington One chose the alternative, which would allow the school board to serve as the district procurement review panel. So, Mr. Salters, are they aware that members of the board and staff members serve on the Architectural Selection Committee and Construction Management at Risk Committee. So that automatically creates a conflict of interest.
They would recuse themselves in a situation like that. Yes, ma'am, they're aware of that.
So the Division of Procurement Services
Yes.
is aware of that. Okay. So.
And that's common practice in all districts in the state.
Okay, I think, I mean, it may be, but they also have community members on some of their committees. I mean, as I mentioned last month, this board doesn't have any committees that have community members on them. So I don't think it would be that difficult to find people who are interested in volunteering that have professional experience in goods and services, information technology, procurement, construction, architecture, engineering, construction management, land surveying. And this also says, in order to minimize the workload on school board members and to avoid any appearances of impropriety, we recommend the panel of community members. That's what the Division of Procurement Services says.
I'm reading the same thing you have right here.
Right.
It's right here.
I'm just explaining to the board what I gave them. So this is the only section of the code that I could find where the district used alternative language. I would just say that I think the appearance of impropriety is especially applicable to our board because we have members serving on the committees that evaluate and make recommendations to the board for construction and architecture firms. So they would also be part of this procurement review panel that would then, look over any kind of procurement violation that may exist.
Ms. Garrett said obviously they would recuse themselves, and it says that in the document. So they would not be part of the review panel if they were on one of the selection committees.
Well, you would hope they wouldn't, but I think we have someone that served on an audit selection committee that had a conflict of interest and never recused themselves. So I'm just saying, looking out for the board. I don't think most school boards
But they
have-
abstained and did not vote. So-
Okay, they abstained and did not vote, but they should have recused themselves and signed a form. I'm saying it can happen, and I don't know why we wouldn't be on the safe side and go with the model language that is put forth before us for the Division of Procurement Services. So with all of that taken into consideration, this board can decide that you.
Ms. Garris, I appreciate what you're saying, and we'll do whatever the pleasure of the board is. I would appreciate you also looking at the language that's written. It is clearly an or, not, you're implying that this is not an option and it's not a require. I mean, you're implying that this is not an acceptable option by the Procurement Services Division.
Yeah,
And it's clearly an or. So, but we're at the pleasure of the board. We'll do whatever you guys want to do.
Right. I said, in the beginning, I said Lexington One chose the alternative, which would allow the school board to serve as the district procurement review panel. So yes, there was model language and then there was alternative language, both provided by the Division of Procurement Services. So just based on this and to avoid any appearance of impropriety or any mistakes that might happen, I make a motion to amend Section 4410, Item 2, which currently reads, "The board shall serve as the district procurement review panel," and adopt the recommended language of the model code.
All right, we have a motion to amend what the administration has presented. Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, so I hear what you're saying. I think obviously in this situation, what is the deadline regarding the procurement services?
If I could offer an option for the board, procedurally, what you might consider is you can include both sets of language in the code. So you can say the board would serve as the panel, or the board can appoint outside members. If you do it that way, it gives you the option to do both. And procedurally, you would need to, if we implement this code in July, procedurally, you would need to make a choice, in June of each year. And certainly in this June, you would make a choice to decide which method you wanted to use for that year. And that would allow boards going forward to pick one or the other. And if you make that decision in June, and let's say you go with the panel, you would need to provide at that time recommended names for that procurement panel that have been vetted and accepted through the process, so that in July you have a standing panel, because theoretically you could have a protest, you know, as soon as sometime early in July. So to speak to your timeline, you would need to make some kind of decision at the June board meeting to handle that or establish that for the year. If you put both in there, you could consider having the board be the panel, which you have been since we adopted the procurement code many years ago. Operate that way for a year. It would give you the opportunity to identify community members that, you know, would be interested in serving. And then the following June, you could establish, you know, the review panel and move forward that way. That's just an option. But certainly you have to have something in place by the July 1 timeframe.
Sure. And to that point, you know, I think as a board, we don't know what we don't know. And I think there are sometimes, you know, there are costs associated with this. I would be curious as to the liability that a person in the community would experience as a part of being on this panel. I think that's a very valid question to ask. So I heard this, you know, this discussion, but at the end of the day, I'm left with more questions than I am answers. But at the same time, I also know that we are under requirement to have something in writing by July 1. I think there is a place to have additional discussion regarding this, get some of these questions answered. Just honestly, with, you know, with some of the things that we have coming up, I don't know if that's something that can be addressed, quite frankly, within the next 60 days and done so well. I think over the course of the next 6 months, I think we can certainly continue to study and get better informed about this. But at this point, would I feel comfortable going to a full-on, you know, complete change to a panel? Not at this point. I have too many questions, quite frankly. And so I do like having options, though. And so I would, you know, I'm not opposed to having an option there for additional discussion in the future for this.
And so given that circumstance, you might consider, you know, setting it as the board or a panel, and then you would need to establish in June that for next year it is the board, and proceed along that way, and that gives you time to investigate, you know, your options.
And Mr. Salters, just to clarify, because once we vote on whatever our code is, it stays in place for a number of years. So that or provision would give us the flexibility to, because we have a lot on our plate right now, maybe in June, we continue with what we decide to continue for this coming year with it.
You would set it for the year,
And
yes,
then-
ma'am.
And then next year,
next June,
like Dr. Guyton is saying, we would
Right,
have some
leading up to
time
that, you would-
to do some investigation.
yes, ma'am, you could identify members, and you can make the plan to do an outside committee leading up to next June's implementation, or excuse me, next July's implementation, and do an outside committee. You just have to make a decision each year, which is fine. If you pick one or the other, then that's the one you do.
Right.
And if you pick the outside committee, you have to appoint people every year. The same person can be reappointed, but you still have to have action to appoint people.
Gotcha.
And so you can do that. But
Well,
if
Ms.
you do
Garris, let me ask you this. Would you consider withdrawing your motion to amend and restating it with the or option?
Yes, I like options. So I withdraw my motion to amend. And I will make a motion to amend Section 4410, Item 2, which currently reads, "The board shall serve as a district procurement review panel and adopt the recommended language of the model code with the word or." So the board has the choice.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. All in favor of Ms. Garris's amendment, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed?
Opposed.
All right, I am the tie vote, and I will vote in favor so that it passes. All right, and so now we have the code in front of us. with the amendment. And so the motion is on the table. So all in favor of the procurement code as amended, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? All right, and the motion passes. All right.
But I still have another question on that item.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Sorry. Mr. Salters, I know you and I had talked about this in the past. And when we did the River Bluff retainer wall.
Ma'am, I mean, Ms. Garris, is that related to the procurement code?
No, I just have a question about something in there, but it doesn't require any action. It's just a question related to something in here that I've read. I don't need to change anything.
We have already voted on that. Is it something that can wait for another time, or can you send Mr. Salters the question?
I'm happy to answer your question offline, Ms. Garris, if that's okay with you. I'm happy to answer after the meeting if that's okay with you.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. All right. We are now at, back to you, Dr. Guyton, with the ad hoc committee policy revisions.
Yes, ma'am. I move that the board approve the second reading of policy BA, board operational goals.
All right, we have a motion to approve the policy BA. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. All right, is there any discussion?
So one thing to point out, this was that was brought back to committee regarding looking at annual versus a biannual basis. Actually, it's covered on the last bullet point of this one as well, because it says to review its performance relative to its school goals on an annual basis. And so they both kind of link together. We did discuss that. Some of the concern coming out of committee was that due to the frequency of how often we meet, with us meeting anywhere from 12 to, quite frankly, 20 times a year, that if you were to go to a biannual performance review of yourself, you've really almost let 30 to upwards of 40 meetings go by before you've had a chance to reflect. And quite frankly, you know, in the private world, we call it working on your business as opposed to in your business. The performance review is really a time for the board to work on itself, on the business of itself and how it conducts itself through the performance review. And so we were a little concerned about having an extended timeline with that. And so by making a part of our routine reps, if you will, on an annual basis, that's where ultimately the committee landed.
All right, all in favor of policy BA as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, next.
Again, I move that the board approve the second reading of policy BAA, board self-evaluation.
All right, is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Oswald. And any discussion? Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay, so was there any discussion, and I completely understand the annual thing. I think that your point is very well made. With it being hard-coded as July, we have typically had board members miss meetings in July, Dr. Guyton, because of vacations. And my concern is that summer months it's hard to get us together for one meeting and all here. How are we going to manage a second meeting in July?
And so quite frankly, it may not be a part of that. It could be a part of the regular scheduled meeting, although it may just be a condensed because there may be some HR, lifts that need to occur in July, maybe some smaller things that don't require as an extended board meet. And so it was discussed, looking at the timing of it. Obviously, with every 2 years, a potential new board person or people, then we wanted to create enough time between election and actually the ability to contribute, quite frankly. And if you were to conduct that in, say, February or March, a new board member likely is not going to be able to contribute very much to the discussion at that point. Additionally, there would be an annual training that would occur by the School Board Association, which would occur typically in February. And then we encounter budget season as a part of March, April, May, going into June. And then just with the natural cycle of the school year, July tends to be that sort of down time. And so that seemed to be the best place to put it, quite frankly. So there was a lot of discussion regarding that, and the exact same concerns that you have, the very same concerns.
Well, I guess whoever is on a vacation during the evaluation is going to get really low marks, so.
They'll be putting on ahead of it.
Oh, all right. Are there any other questions about policy BAA? All right. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? All right. Motion
And
carries.
I meant to point out, and my apologies for not doing this prior, that would not take effect for this July, as we have already had a board evaluation for this season. And so this would become effective for the 2023. Again, that was discussed in the committee itself. So while I don't necessarily think that needs to reflect in policy, we may want to star or asterisk for 2022.
Sounds great.
Thank you, but we've already voted on that. So you weren't allowed to talk about that.
I'll go back tomorrow.
All right. Dr. Guyton, you still have the floor.
I still have the floor. I move that the board approve the second reading of policy BB, board legal status.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion?
So again, taking back into consideration feedback given at the last, namely around visits to schools. The committee considered this, and looking at the language, we added the addition of timely coordination. So board members will visit schools with the full knowledge of and timely coordination with staff, including superintendent and building level administrators. And the thinking behind that was, we do have to be concerned with notice and with quorum. And so the last thing we would want to occur is that every single one of us are individually invited to a school without knowledge of the other, or without the knowledge of the office of the superintendent, and all of a sudden we all show up. And we had not noticed that. And so there, in our opinion, there has to be some level of coordination that occurs for that. But again, it should occur in a timely fashion. And so that was the language added by the committee under that is bringing back for consideration.
All right. Any other questions?
I have some discussion regarding this. And I know we talked about this last time, and I appreciate the word timely being added in there. However, the last time I visited a classroom, I never even saw a principal. So I think school visits differ from classroom visits, and therefore we should consider those as different. It still took months, even after I made a request, for the superintendent to coordinate my visit. I sent emails explaining how it was time sensitive and the semester was ending. I wanted to visit prior to the end of the semester so I could visit with the teacher cadets, but that never happened. So that was a total missed opportunity for me. The word coordination in this policy is a really big deal. I really just need the superintendent to tell the principal that it's okay for Jada to visit the classroom. The teacher and I had already coordinated the time, and I'm not sure how adding the word timely helps in this policy, and I'm sincerely asking this because I have an AG opinion that says an elected official has the right to timely access for all information. Yet I have information that I've been requesting for a better part of a year, and I still haven't been provided it. So if we're truly revising policies for future boards, I'm just curious, how is this current policy going to help those board members that are in the minority and want to visit classrooms in a timely manner? Especially if they've been asked to speak to students, but yet their visit is not coordinated for several months.
Well, again, as a part of that consideration, I think there are some things that can be addressed in policy, and then I think there are some things that can be addressed in general operation. And so I don't know if we're going to be able to honestly answer every question or concern that pops up through policy. I think some of that has to fall, and I think we'll hit on that as we go down later into just relationships and the lanes that we talk about. And so I don't know if we will ever be able to answer that through policy, quite frankly. I think that's more in just the general operation that exists between the board and the district. I wish I had a better answer for you, but the best we could come up with was timely coordination. But again, because we're most concerned about making sure that we kind of all know where each other's at, quite frankly, because we don't want to show up and all of a sudden we're in quorum. That was the main crux of our conversation.
So Jada, when you read your Attorney General's opinion, I think you said it said timely also. And so I think our thought with that word is then it gives a little bit of leverage there, because I'm sure if we pulled this room right here, no one would say timely is a 3-month wait. Does that make sense? And so then it would give an opportunity for whomever the board member is and the superintendent, if a board member does say, hey, I've tried to work this out over the last 3 weeks, it's not happening, I'm not hearing anything, then the board collectively has something here where they can say, hey, this isn't timely, this needs to be.
I'm sorry. But I'm really looking at this from a minority board member standpoint. So, I mean, I've come to this board, I don't know how many times I've mentioned that there are Attorney General's opinions that say information has to be provided in a timely manner. But as I just mentioned, I'm still waiting over a year for information. So when you're in the minority, and I can get over not getting information, but being able to visit classrooms, especially when teachers have invited you and they want you to come speak or they want you to just come observe, and to miss that opportunity, I mean, I feel like something needs to be done about that. Like, there are several policies in other school districts, and it really says, you know, must be, you drop the words "and coordination with" from the model policy, and then it still requires the school level administrators and the superintendent be made aware, but it doesn't require coordination, which in this case is being used in lieu of permission, more or less.
I think that maybe there might be some more work to be done on this, maybe some more consideration.
Yeah, I guess I didn't think through I assumed coordination, or I interpreted coordination would be like Dr. Guyton was saying, coordination as knowledge of the superintendent for, you know, if we need to notice, like when 4 of us went to LTC last week, if we need to notice going somewhere, maybe not permission. So that might be, yeah, I'm fine with revisiting that.
I think sometimes I read this too as coordination with like the building level superintendent. And I'm not saying that this would ever be the case, but you could have a disgruntled teacher who wants to have a gotcha on a principal and have a school board member walking through the halls with them. And you don't want ever to have that environment in a school for whatever reason, whether it's from the teacher's perspective or the principal's. We want good, collaborative, positive environment in our school. And we want to make sure that our presence there increases that and doesn't do anything to harm it or diminish it. And so I think that is the reason for this, but I think there has been maybe some misapplication of it.
I would suggest, Madam Chair, we table it for future or
I'll tell you what,
subcommittee.
let me withdraw the motion to approve BBA so that we can take back for additional conversation and review and then bring it back at that time. So I will withdraw that motion.
BB.
No, BBAA, or BBA, I'm sorry, I'm getting stumbling on my words. I think I did request BB board legal status. So I will move that the board approve the second reading of BB board legal status. There were no changes and no feedback received or given.
All right, so you just moved to approve BB?
BB.
Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Is there any discussion of BB? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And you do know, Dr. Guyton, that policy BBAA is what started this whole B ad hoc committee. So we're sending it back to you again.
This policy is
And
very
again,
important
it's,
to me.
we're not under a significant time constraint with this. I mean, we obviously have we want to continue moving forward, but we also want to get it right at the consideration of the board.
And thank you again, Ms. Henson, Mr. Oswald, and Dr. Guyton for your work on this committee. I know this is a heavy lift, so we appreciate the work you're doing. All right, we are wrapping up. It's item 14.0, which is items for board information. Board, you've received the following reports for information only. The monthly general fund financial report, the monthly general fund budget transfers, the monthly capital projects report, the monthly unauthorized procurements report. As a reminder, we have a Board of Trustees meeting on May 10th, and we're going to do that one in the evening because we have a lot of things to discuss. We will be working on employment recommendations because that is the last day for contracts. And so hopefully Ms. Price will have about 125 employment recommendations.
140.
And then we'll also be discussing and getting started on the superintendent search process. And we are busy, which is just glorious after our 2 years of everything kind of being on hold. We come back from spring break and everything is back. I know a number of us I got to attend the FFA thing with Dr. Little and Mr. Oswald. I know Ms. Henson and Ms. Garris have made a number of school visits. I think I've seen Ms. Henson every day for the last week somewhere. We had a legislative roundtable this morning that Lexington One hosted. Dr. Little, myself, and Chris Wooten, Representative Chris Wooten, and we had a great turnout. It was a very positive morning. Board members from all 5 districts in Lexington County and superintendents and reps attended, and we just talked about the great things that are happening in our districts and also the ways that we can work together on behalf of students. And so it was very positive, and we continue to build on those relationships that we've been working on that front. And tomorrow morning, the School Board Association is going to be sponsoring Day at the Capitol, which is another day to go down and interact with the General Assembly. This is kind of crunch week for the funding. We're going to be talking to our House members about how important it is that they really take into consideration that Senate version, because that's going to be so important for our budget as well as so many other districts. And I believe that that is everything. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Thank you very much. All in favor? See you later. Aren't you glad we started an hour early?